welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show where lying is the order of the day. On Lee's team tonight, it's an actress who's well used to lying. How else could she convince the nation she enjoyed kissing Sid Owen? It's Patsy Palmer! And an actor who, after starring in the movie In the Loop, is now on first-name terms with James Gandolfini. Unfortunately, James thinks he's called Steve and works in the props department. It's Chris Addison! And on David's team tonight, we have a comedian with the looks of a Greek god and the morals of a Greek waiter. It's John Bishop! And, you know, I've had the honour of working with some great comic actresses in my time. But putting that to one side, here's half of Gavin and Stacey. It's Joanna Page! So, to round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with, and it's up to the opposing team to sort the truth from the tosh. Patsy, you're first. Please reveal all.
I got Wellard the dog drunk on the set of EastEnders.
David's team, is she telling the truth?
Right, what was the...
What's EastEnders?
Thank you. Excellent. What's the alcohol in question? What were you... Vodka.
How much vodka?
It was just, you know, like a small glass.
That's small, is it?
Small glass of vodka.
The glass, it was one of those small, round, like, flat-bottom little glasses.
Just a glass, basically. You just described a glass.
How did you get it in his mouth?
No, I didn't put it in his mouth. We put it in his bowl. But...
He thought it was water?
Yeah.
How far through it did he get before he realised it wasn't
the whole
water?
bowl.
I would have thought at some point in the drinking process, as a dog, you're going to go, something here is different.
Also, if you're a dog and you're used to drinking water and then you smell your bowl, it's full of vodka, you think, well, this smells like a girl from Birmingham. It's clearly not water.
Smell, that's it. That's what dogs do all the time.
Exactly.
Why have you got a bottle of vodka on the set of EastEnders?
No, we didn't have a bottle of vodka. We just had a glass of vodka. It's not anymore, but when we first started working there, all of the bottles of drink in the pub were real alcohol.
That strikes me as a flawed policy.
Not then. Now you couldn't have it, health and safety, but then there was real drink in the pub.
Is that why Den was so dirty? Because everyone was just pissed.
The vodka's sufficiently diluted with the water that the dog doesn't notice.
Yeah.
And presumably the whole place is sticky of booze anyway, with all the pissed-up actors for getting their lines.
Just noticed that he went a little bit funny and he laid down. It wasn't like he was, like, punching people in the face. You know, he did get really worried because he kind of did lay down. He was very quiet and a bit like when he died, so we knew he could do that.
I've got to be honest, I think it's true, because it's the sort of thing I'd do. I think see what happens.
So what are you going to say?
Do you think it's...
I think if you haven't at some point tried to make a dog drunk, you're not normal.
I think
we think that almost anyone, given enough time sitting in the same room with some vodka and a dog, will either put the vodka in the dog or the other way round.
So we're saying true, I think.
You're saying it's true?
Yeah.
OK, Patsy Palmer, is it the truth or is it a lie?
It's a lie.
It is a big, big lie. Patsy did not get Wellard the dog drunk on the set of EastEnders. Of course, Bianca was there when Wellard was put to sleep after eating a chocolate. She held him in her arms, sobbing as he died. And Patsy, they don't give Oscars for soap operas, but if they did, they'd have given one to Wellard, wouldn't they? Yeah. Joanna, you're next.
I recite my times tables every night before bed.
Why?
Because I've always been rubbish at maths. It just doesn't go in my head. My brain doesn't compute that way. And I can learn loads and loads of lines if I'm acting, but I've never been able to get my times tables in. And I thought, before I die, I want to be able to do my times tables. And also, when you go to a sale and you go shopping, when it says 75% off a dress or 40%, I can't work that out. I know it's thick and I feel embarrassed because I'm sitting next to you and you've got a degree.
I'm a famous mathematician. I'm actually, my secret identity is percentage man.
But I thought, I don't want to die and not be able to do my times tables.
Could you recite them now, then?
Before I go to bed, my husband lies next to me and I say, I do them, and then I say, right,
Nice to see the
fire them
romance,
at
isn't
me.
it? I tell you what, dear, it's cold in the valleys, isn't it? Don't worry, I've got a game that'll cheer us up. What'd you start? What's the first one? It's not your 2 times table, is it?
Yeah,
oh,
it is. I've gone as far as about my 6, and I get to 7. Don't go in.
What's 7 times 5?
I'm gonna. Oh God, this is so embarrassing.
35.
35. That is why I'm doing it. That's why I'm learning them.
Yeah, but you might have dyscalculus, like me, so you're not thick.
Have what?
Dyscalculus, same as dyslexia, so that's what I've got.
Oh, yeah, right.
That is.
I've got shorterless.
Well, that's true.
Don't you come round here giving it any of that, sweetheart. You'll be barred from this bloody pub, all right?
But that is true, you might have that. You're not thick.
Oh,
If there are
yeah.
any kids watching, you're not thick if you can't add up.
Well, you're a bit thick, aren't you?
Well, I mean, it's a bit late, isn't it?
You're not bright, let's put it like that.
Do you do it every single night without fail? Even if you come in really pissed, you still do it? You're getting on the times table?
Yeah, I still try to do it, yeah.
Oh, my God, if there's a dress for 80 quid and it says 50% off, will you struggle?
Right, well, this is right. No, that would be £40, wouldn't it? But I've got to check with you when I say it. I can't just say straight off.
What I often find, actually, is in shops, when they take a percentage off the original price, they will also tell you the subsequent price. It's quite a minority of shops that make you work it out. If you get it wrong, that's what you pay. Even if it's less than they wanted to charge. They go, I hope we don't get one of those dyscalculus people in. I thought it was 50p. Had to sell it to me.
So, Lee, what are you going to say? Is she telling the truth?
What have you cracked? Which one do you think you've...
I've cracked 1, 2, 3,
Whoa.
4, 5, 6.
Do you mean you've learned how to count? OK, you've cracked the ones, the twos.
And I cracked 7 the other night.
Right, give us the 7 times table.
But I can't do it now, I can't remember it. 1 7 is 7. Oh, foul, this is like my worst nightmare. 1 7 is 7, 2 7s are 14, 3 7s are 21, 4 7s are 28, 5 7s, now this is where all 5 7s are 35, 6 7s are 42, 7 7s are 40, right, this is 49, 49, 8 7s are 54, 52,
Higher.
56,
Okay.
what was that, 9 7s are 56, 10 7s are 70, 11 7s are 77, 12 7s are 84, 88, 92.
Right, so...
Don't clap, it's not the Jeremy Kyle show. 7 times table.
I think this could be a cracking new round.
Lee, is it the truth?
I think it's a lie.
Why do you think it's a lie?
Why would anybody do that at night? That's the last thing you need before you go to bed.
I think it's true.
Patsy thinks it's
Patsy's
true.
going to stick on true.
We'll go with Patsy, though.
All right, then, so, Joe, truth or lie?
That is true.
Yes, it's true. Actually, Joe, I've got a mental arithmetic problem for you. If you take one husband and recite multiplication tables at him 7 nights a week, how many divorce lawyers will he need? John, you're next.
I had a job where we started each day with a motivational song.
Lee's team.
What was this job?
Don't give him time to think of the song.
The job was selling vacuum cleaners.
What was the song?
There was a few songs.
Oh, give us your favourite.
My favourite one was we sell KB cleaners, we sell KB cleaners. So we sell KB.
Was it on the phone? Was it in a shop?
No, it was door to door vacuum cleaner selling.
Door-to-door vacuum. What year was this? 1946?
Where was it? This would have been one of my first jobs when I left school, so it would have been in the 80s.
What was your other song? You said you had a few.
Oh, it was a long time ago, but...
we're fine, we've got all night.
What used to happen is you used to go in, there was always a fight on a Monday morning for the tambourine, and then the boss would say, here's the songs for today, and there'd be, like, 3 or 4 songs, and we'd have to sing the songs, and then we'd have to face the window and throw all our negative thoughts out the window so we could go on the shot. So we used to sing...
Why don't you just hoover them up, the negative thoughts?
Did you get commission on, like, how many hoovers you sold?
Yeah. No, you know when you see those adverts in the paper and it'll be like, are you sad and lonely? I used to be like that, but now I've got a speedboat, 2 girlfriends, they're at a house in France. If you want to be like me, phone Chaz after 7. It was one of those.
Well, I did work for a sales company when I was 16, but they used to give us a bottle of wine and a packet of Pro Plus every morning to motivate us, so... They do...
What? Pro Plus?
Whoa, you were pissed and on drugs selling life insurance!
That's what they did, so you never know.
What do we
so
think?
You don't know.
I think he's lying. I think he's lying. Patsy?
Let's say lie.
All right, you're saying lie.
The team says a lie.
You're saying lie. OK, so, John Bishop, were you telling the truth just then, or were you, in fact, telling a lie?
I was telling the truth.
Yes, it was true. Which means at the end of that round, it's Lee in the lead by 3 points to 2. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So, please welcome this week's special guest, Mark. Welcome, Mark. So, first off, Patsy, what is Mark to you?
This is Mark, and he is currently teaching me to swim to overcome my fear of the water.
Right. Lee?
This is Mark, and he started the pub darts team that I play in, but I had to ask him to leave because he was so bad.
Right, so finally, Chris, your relationship with Mark.
This is Mark. He is my next-door neighbour. He lost a bet of £200 that In the Loop would win an Oscar, so I gave him my wheelbarrow.
Right, well, there we are. What could be simpler? Patsy's swimming teacher who cured her fear of water, Lee's sacked darts teammate, or Chris's neighbour who likes a bet. David's team, where would you like to start?
Darts. How can anyone be bad at darts?
What sort of standard of darts playing are you expecting in this team?
2 out of 3 darts in the board would have been good sufficient.
What did you say to him to check him out?
Patsy, can you be Mark?
Yeah.
This might involve acting, but just go with it. Mark?
Yeah.
That's you. Yeah, you're Mark.
Yeah.
You know this whole darts thing?
Yeah.
And you keep missing the board? Mark, look at me when I'm talking to you, Mark. We don't like the fact that you keep trying to get the dog drunk. And also, we were going to have to let you go because, unfortunately, you keep missing the board.
I cannot imagine you would say that to him. There's not a chance you're going to say, listen, mate, you set up the dart scene, but Big Lee Mack's in the room, get off.
Also, look, how seriously did you take this darts
I take
team?
darts very seriously.
Do you?
Ask me any checkout.
I don't know what that means.
All right, 151.
Oh, well, that's your classic treble 20, treble 17 tops.
Don't know whether that's true or not, but a couple. All right, then 164.
Oh, that'll be treble 20, treble 18 bull.
118.
I don't know how...
Bull. What's bull? 180.
You worked that out.
He's getting them right. He's getting the numbers.
Is he getting the numbers right? Right.
Just say 180 again, Joe.
180.
I feel like we've just engaged with foreplay.
I know.
She's missed 180. We're on for a good one tonight.
Wait till I get to 69.
Did he set up another team Did he just walk away and say, I'll give up darts because Lee...
He struggled to set up the other team, apparently, because he was going round saying, I'd like to set up a darts team. Have you had any experience? Well, I just recently left one because I was thrown out because I was terrible.
Sorry, that's not the usual next question when somebody says, I'm thinking of setting up a darts team. Have you had any experience? You're either someone interested in playing a bit of recreational darts or not. You're not going to sort of go, have you had much experience? I didn't know, I'm a busy man. I want to play in a high-level darts team.
Darts is a serious sport.
David, do you want to move on?
Yes, OK. Well, Chris, why did you feel the need, when your next-door neighbour had bet some money on a film you were involved in winning an Oscar, why did you think you needed to make up the loss for him with the gift of a wheelbarrow?
I live in a terrace house, and the houses next door to me are flats. It's a communal garden, and Mark is the only one who ever bothers to look after them. Mark's never seen the film, but he went to the bookies, put 200 quid on it, and lost it. In the conversation that we were discussing this, it came up that he needed a wheelbarrow, and I felt bad because he'd sort of staked it because
So if he'd have said I could do with a leg over, you'd have said, well, there's me missus. You know what I mean? I feel really bad about the bet.
No, John. No, I wouldn't. I don't know how things work where you live, but wheelbarrows and women are not the same thing where I'm from.
You may well have given him the wheelbarrow to assist him in cleaning up the communal gardens, but surely you didn't give him the wheelbarrow as compensation for your film not winning the Oscar.
I'd sort of intended to offer that he might borrow it. It kind of got out of hand.
OK, now, Patsy, you have a fear of water, is that right?
I did.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you had this all your life, or was there some harrowing experience you could amuse people with?
Yeah, I think so, but I didn't really know that I had it.
Right.
How did you not know you were scared of what surrounds us?
Because I've always swam, but I just
You swam, but you didn't know you were shitting yourself.
But you wouldn't refuse to swim?
No, I swam.
So why
we had to swim when we were kids. We just used to get put in. It was freezing cold. Don't you remember when the teachers used to make you get in? And that was worse then because it was freezing cold. Kids would be crying, swimming, but they did actually make you get in.
Sounds like you're talking about Dunkirk. So you already could swim before you encountered Mark to teach you to swim?
Yeah.
Right.
How was your first lesson? When Mark said, right, let's have a go at the water, and you did 20 lengths. What did he say after that?
I didn't do 20 lengths.
So you decided you're going to have some lessons in order to improve the efficiency of your swimming, and then you get into the water and you realise, oh, my God, I hate it here. This has been the problem. It wasn't the efficiency of my kicking and arms, it was that I hated it.
I was actually quite scared of water. That's why I don't swim very well.
But you know
I don't breathe underwater.
None of us breathe underwater. I mean, that's a standard human thing.
No, you can breathe underwater.
No, you definitely can't.
This should have been lessons on the wall. This is basic stuff, telling them this. Just because I throw you out the darts team and you're looking for a new career, telling people they can breathe underwater.
Right, David. We need an answer.
Lee gives every impression of knowing a bit about darts, but then I'm perhaps not the best person to scrutinise that.
He knows his darts, that doesn't mean that story's true.
I believe Chris, because of the wheelbarrow, or I believe Patsy, because Mark looks quite built.
So what are you going to say then, David? Who are you going to go for?
I'd go with Patsy.
Yeah, I
think Patsy, yeah.
So you're saying Patsy's swimming instructor. Mark, would you like to reveal your true identity?
I am Patsy's swimming instructor, and I helped her get over her fear of water.
So, Mark, the first thing I want to clear up is this thing of telling her that it is possible to breathe underwater.
That's not quite true. She does very good front crawl.
Really?
Good breathing technique, and breathes out underwater, doesn't breathe in.
Thank you, thank you.
Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. And again, they don't know whether they're about to read out a true fact about themselves or a made-up lie that they've never seen before. And we're starting with... David.
Possession.
Now, take out a small box underneath the desk there. have a look inside and show us what's there.
Smooth bit.
This is my special travel dressing gown. I'm contractually obliged to finish the card. It's the one item I always pack when I go on holiday.
Could you, first things first, could we have the full modelling of the dressing gown, please?
Give us a nice twirl.
Oh.
Can we smell it?
I think you should come out here, David, so you can see. Enjoy the space. Well, he's having trouble putting it on. It's,
Well, he's not abroad, he's confused.
Have you forgotten the cord?
The cord is missing.
Just hold it as though it were done up so we get a proper idea. Yeah.
Do you mind smoking a pipe and solve a crime?
Oh, I'd love that.
Can I ask, Dave, where did you get it from?
1924.
I think it's from Marks and Spencer's.
Is it? What did you say it's my special travel dressing gown?
Yes. I don't know if travel dressing gown is a technical term, but I have 2 dressing gowns. This is one. The other is a thicker toweling dressing gown, which takes up more space in a suitcase.
Do you take pyjamas? Do you wear anything under it, or...?
Yes, I usually...
I feel sick.
What I don't do is I don't tend to wear it over, you know, like normal clothes like this.
This is like the worst sexy chat line I've ever rung up in my life. I'm naked under here.
To be honest, Lee, I don't know why you come into so many encounters with me expecting arousal.
Does that go with you at any trip or certain trips?
No, only if I'm going to stay the night somewhere.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. I didn't even walk around Dixon's in it.
I'd like you to take a guess, please. Is he telling the truth or is he constructing a lie?
Patsy?
True.
You think it's true?
Yeah.
Chris?
Based on the design of the dressing gown and his demeanour, I think they fit.
So, Lee, what's it going to be?
I'll go with my team. So that's
say
true.
it's true.
Yeah.
David Mitchell, is it true or is it a lie?
It is true.
Yes, it's true. That is David's special dressing gown.
It's just a dressing gown. It's not a special dressing gown. Like, I think it's got a personality.
It's David's special dressing gown.
You are never going to get away from that now. Everyone who sees this show will look at you and see that forever.
Basically, my entire image has been destroyed by this show. I was like a cool guy who was into music and modern art before this show, before all the stuff about dressing as an 18th century nobleman and having a little bell came out. The travel dressing gown is just the tip of the iceberg.
So, just so we're in no doubt, that is David's special dressing gown. Next. Lee.
I once lost a game of swing ball to a chimpanzee.
David's team.
OK,
Why were you with the chimpanzee?
I was visiting a zoo in South Africa, and the trick that the chimpanzee could do was play swing ball. And we all took it in turns to have a go, and I'd had a few to drink, and he beat me.
What time of day was this?
Time of day?
Yes,
Before the monkey's bedtime.
Are you refusing to answer?
I'm not refusing, but I'm thinking about it for a while, because I don't know if you mean South African time or English time. It's very similar, but I think there's an hour's difference. Do you mean the South African time?
I mean the South African local time.
The local time. I believe... sorry, you've thrown me a bit, because most times I tell people
Local time at the zoo on the occasion of your match.
I've been using this... I can't lie, over the years, I've been using this anecdote at the darts and things. Oh, did I ever tell you, lads, about the time I played swing ball with a chimpanzee? No one's ever said, what time of day was this? He threw me for a second. Most people go, chimpanzee swing ball? Tell us more, you interesting person.
I suppose what's different is that when you tell that as an anecdote in the pub, people go, it's polite to go along with the bullshit that Lee talks.
Why were you in South Africa?
Don't tell me.
No, Joe, the time of day.
The time of day.
The time of day.
Make up a time of day.
I couldn't beat a chimpanzee at swim ball because I was drunk. How am I going to remember the time of day? I'm terrible at this, and this at only quarter to three.
What I'm trying to get at is why were you going round a zoo pissed? It's not a usual post-pub trip. Let's have a few jars. I'll tell you what, I fancy a trip round the zoo. Around about 1 in the morning, they get the chimp out, and the chimp takes people on a swing ball. The chimp likes nothing more than a load of pissed contestants.
Yeah, well, we don't all go to the British Museum for stag weekends.
But zoos aren't open after the pub.
No, we went. It was afternoon. You know, we've been drinking since the morning.
You had a boozy lunch.
We'd had a boozy morning. We started at 11. Arrest me.
Right.
Why didn't you go and see, like, some strippers? Wouldn't a load of men go,
we were that drunk, we thought we were.
Some strippers.
We thought that was a pole.
Monkeys.
We thought, this is the rubbish pole dancing club. That little pole dance hasn't got any tits, she hasn't shaved for ages. It was awful. I'm not going to lie. We were about to walk out. But then someone said, no, it's a swing ball playing chimpanzee. I came out. Is it better than we thought? I wondered why she wasn't letting me put 10 quid in her bra.
David, before someone phones the RSPCA...
It was a consenting chimpanzee. It wasn't
I don't think he'd said, look, you know, I quite like it here at the zoo, but really what would make it peachy is if I could take on some of the visitors, ideally at swing ball, badminton at a push. I don't think that happened.
Well, he had no choice.
He had no choice. That's my point. Right. Is it the truth or is it a lie?
I thought it was a lie. Right. But it seems the sort of thing he'd do.
I think it's a lie, but I'm happy to be...
Yeah, I'll go with lie.
We'll go with lie.
We all say it's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Lee, truth or lie?
It is, in fact, a lie.
Yes, it is a lie. Lee has never lost a game of swing ball to a chimpanzee. For the record, it was Scrabble. That noise signals time's up and it's the end of the show. And I can reveal that David's team have 5 points, but Victor's with 7 are Lee's team. But, of course, it's not just a team game, and my individual lie of the week is Joanna Page! Yes. Joanna Page. And let me assure you that that's not favouritism because she's Welsh. Da iawn, Jo, croeso mynd, ych lagan awr I fi ddod lagan, gyrnith hyn awr I fi.
No, es i'r clwb iau gyda ffrindiau neithiwr.
Good night. And welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show that tests our panellists' ability to lie. On Lee Mack's team tonight, we have a rock star physicist, which means he can throw a TV out of a window whilst calculating its speed of trajectory. From Wonders of the Solar System is Professor Brian Cox. And a young Scottish comedian who's the funniest thing to happen to Glasgow since it was named European Capital of Culture. Kevin Bridges. And on David Mitchell's team, someone who spent the last 3 years in a coma, reliving the 80s. No, it's not Bruce Forsyth. From Ashes to Ashes, Keely Hawes! And a comedy actor who went to university with Rachel Weisz and Sam Mendes, so he's perfectly comfortable in the company of major stars. This will be a bit different for you tonight. It's Stephen Mangan! And so to round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so have no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the fact from the fiction. And first up is the mighty Stephen Mango Mangan.
Right. I have nicknames for both my big toes.
Lee's team, what do you think?
What's the nicknames?
Leslie and Scruple.
Oh, what?
Scruple.
Scruple?
Yeah.
Why Scruple?
Leslie was Leslie was the nickname me and my first girlfriend had for our baby that we were going to have. We were planned about getting married and having a kid, and we were going to call it Leslie as a joke because it's, you know, it's a nice name, but we weren't actually going to call it Leslie. And then one day the foot was out the end of the bed, and this is so embarrassing.
And you thought, let's try for that baby.
I said, there it is, and she said, you know, there's Leslie. It was just, it just stuck.
And what about Scruple?
Oh, this is ridiculous. There was a kind of... she was very religious, and she used to believe there was an angel. You had an angel of... You had
Steve,
a,
do you want
good
a minute
angel...
to think about this?
What's that? You have a good angel and a bad angel on your shoulder who, you know, when you're about to do something awful, will say, don't do it, or do it. It's,
well, like, you got on national television saying you got a nickname for your toe, that's all.
So, Leslie, our baby, we wanted it to have the good angel to be dominant. We wanted Leslie to have scruples. So the other toe became Scruple. It was Leslie's kind of conscience.
This is how religions get started.
If he's made that up, he's an absolute genius.
Then I would imagine it's probably true. So what are you saying then, Lee?
It's got to be true.
You think it's got to be true?
It's got to be true. It's got to be.
Kevin?
I think it's true. Still think
it's true. And you think it's true?
I do.
And you're a professor. Do we call you doctor or professor?
Whatever you'd like.
So what are you going to say?
I'll go with the team and say that's true.
Saying it's true. OK. Steve Mangan, is it true or is it a lie?
It is a lie.
Well done. Very good. Yes, it's a lie. Stephen does not have nicknames for both his big toes. It's a bit weird to give your body parts silly names. As I said to my Lee Mack in the bath just the other day. My penis. Keely Hawes is next.
I lied to my husband that I was good at tennis and had to have secret lessons when he arranged a doubles match.
Oh, all right, there we are. Lee?
Why would you lie to your husband about
Because he wasn't my husband at the time, and I was trying to...
Woo him?
Woo him. He's very sporty, so I told him I could ski.
And has he subsequently asked you to go skiing?
He took me skiing.
Did you have to learn to ski?
It was truly terrible. Well, somebody called Just actually taught me how to ski.
Just?
I can recommend Just. Skiing. Yes, so, no, I went and booked some lessons.
And what was he called, the instructor?
My God, I can't remember.
And yet Just, like that?
Yeah, but Just was like...
Keely, keep it together, it's falling apart.
Yeah, no, I can't remember.
What was the first thing you learnt on the tennis court?
How to bounce the ball.
And how do you bounce the ball? That was a quick bounce.
What do you mean? Well, it's only that big and it's only there to there.
Well, I think you tell her gravity would have taken a bit longer to get down and all, wouldn't it? Well, you're playing on the moon.
It's not just gravity, you can give a bit of force.
You can impart an impulse to it, yeah.
That's it, impart an impulse.
The rate of change of momentum is proportional.
Don't push it. Did you win?
I got there and I feigned an ankle problem.
What
because I saw when I got there how good they were going to be.
So...
It was to impress him. I didn't think he'd start involving other people.
Is he a man for involving other people in general?
Right, we're not at a physicists' convention now. We'll keep this clean, please.
Yeah.
Now, listen here. Did your husband ever find out about these secret lessons?
I told him.
You came clean?
I came clean on the night that I made him dinner, pretended that I'd cooked it, and then he... Your
whole life is a fabrication, isn't it?
I fed it to him in the dark, and then he found the Tesco Express box.
Oh, no.
And then it all came out.
Did it?
I said, I can't play tennis, and I can't cook.
My name's not Jeff.
So what are you going to say, Lee? Truth or lie?
True or lie?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
I believe that.
What do we think?
True.
I'll have to go with the team then. I'll say that.
So you're saying it's true? Oh, all right. Keely, truth or lie?
It's absolutely true.
Well done, Sue. I was doubting that one. Nice work.
Yes, it's true. Keely did lie to her husband that she was good at tennis, and she did have to have secret lessons when he arranged a doubles match. I had a relationship go wrong because I couldn't play tennis. Looking back, I should never have told that bloke I was Sue Barker. Kevin, you're next.
I once accidentally bought a horse.
Sorry? You bought a what?
A horse.
A horse? Sorry, I missed the S.
You claim that you once accidentally bought a horse, am I right?
You're right.
Right, fine, we're all clear. Under what circumstances? What did you think you were buying?
I never thought I was buying anything. I thought I was renting.
Did you think you were renting a horse?
Yes.
Right. So you paid to rent a horse, and then at the end, when you tried to return the horse, they said, "What the hell are you doing? I've been trying to get rid of Psycho for years."
That's pretty much it.
How long had you imagined that you were going to rent it for?
We thought we were going to rent it for like 25 minutes.
And did they charge you?
It was in Bulgaria on holiday.
OK, so what did it cost in local Bulgarian currency?
What is the local Bulgarian currency?
It was 200 lev. Lev, L-E-V. I don't know how you pronounce it, but lev.
200 lev.
200
How much is that in sterling, roughly?
Roughly, I think
at the time.
At the time, I think it was at £90. So we thought it was a good deal.
£90 for 25 minutes?
For 25 minutes on a horse.
But you said we thought we were going to rent it for 25 minutes.
There was me and my friend.
So you were
going to... It was a lad's holiday, we were 18, we thought we'll go horse riding.
In Bulgaria?
In Bulgaria.
Did you question the odd sort of time slots they were going for? I've never been pony trekking, but I imagine they sort of rent you the horse for perhaps a couple of hours. Well, or at least a solid half hour.
You get 25 minutes and then the horse needs a break for 5 minutes and then somebody else
you keep the horse forever.
Well, I never knew that.
What happened when you tried to take it back?
The guy explained to us that the guy was gone. The guy...
Never say the phrase on this game. The guy explained to us that he'd gone.
Well, there was two.
Never say that.
There was two different guys. There was two guys.
Go through me if you want to speak to my client.
There was Guy A. Guy A.
That's a Bulgarian name.
It's very well known. The most famous Bulgarian name.
Guy Dimitri. I think that... No, Guy A. And Guy B. Right? We thought we were going horse riding and we were heading towards the place where you actually hire the horse.
Stables?
The official... The stables, right?
Honestly, even I think he's making it up, and I'm on his team.
Bit of patience, Brian. Come on, right. We met a guy on the way who had a horse, and we thought he was doing that thing, in Asda, when you've got a shopping trolley, and you're taking it back, and somebody else needs a trolley, and you say, "Do you want this one?" So we thought the guy was saying...
No need to go all the way to the actual stable. I'm from the stable, so just hire this horse.
That's what the guy said?
Yeah.
So we thought, all right, there was a bit of a communication breakdown. There was a Bulgarian guy trying to speak English and 2 Scottish guys trying to speak English. So we thought the guy had gave us the horse to ride and come back in 25 minutes.
Were you not surprised? I mean, I've never been on holiday to Bulgaria, but I imagine that things would be a bit cheaper in Bulgaria than in Britain. Were you not surprised that it cost you the equivalent of £90 to hire a horse for 25 minutes?
It was 25 minutes each, so there was 2 of us.
Right.
So we chipped in for a horse. For 25 minutes each.
But still, even if you thought you were going to get 25 minutes each, that's a lot, isn't it?
Oh, it's an hour. You need to give the horse a break, as I said.
Let's forget about the 25 minutes.
Just forget about the horse.
Let's forget about the horse.
That's absolutely, obviously bullshit. You take the horse back. Guy B, who's the guy you met on the way to the stables...
He's gone.
He's gone. No sign of him.
No, he's gone.
So you say to Guy A, well, we hired this as part of your not bothering to actually go to the stables but getting it a few hundred yards away scheme. We hired this horse for 25 minutes at an extortionate rate. Nevertheless, here it is. And what did he say?
We went back to the place where we picked up the horse.
Oh, so not to the stable?
No.
But to the random point in the road? 100 yards from the stable, so you bewilderedly, where has the mysterious man gone? I would have thought that logically, when you were returning it, having thought that it had come from the stable, but you'd been lucky not to have to walk to the stable before hiring it, you might nevertheless have thought, well, the stable's where it's got to go back to, rather than, well, Sodom, this is where we picked it up from, I'm not actually taking the stable. I'm going to stand here, 300 yards away from the stable, go, come over here! Come and get your own horse! At which point locals start waving, going, no, you keep.
Kevin, look at me. You're taking the horse back.
Look at me.
What happened next?
Come on, Kevin. Come on. Right. So where are we taking off from?
You're taking the horse back.
Let's go back to the start.
Kevin Bridges, for the love of God, please tell us what happened.
Right. We bought a horse. We thought we'd rented the horse. We'd done the horse riding, took it back to the initial place we picked up the horse.
Yes.
Locals explained we'd went to a counterfeit horse guy. It wasn't the official horse riding stable.
This was a counterfeit horse. This wasn't a genuine horse. This was maybe 2 guys in a costume.
That would explain the 25 minutes.
Yeah.
I can't only do 25 minutes.
The giveaway was after 25 minutes, so Rob went... Right, let's crack on, lads.
So, David's team. What do you think? Truth or lie?
I mean, the trouble with this game is it plays tricks with your mind. But I don't think it's true. You don't really.
It's got to be, hasn't it?
It's got to be a lie.
Got to be a lie.
Yeah.
Saying it's a lie. Right, so here we go. It really is.
Here's the moment.
This is more than any other episode I've done of this show. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Kevin Bridges, is it true or is it a lie?
It's true.
Unbelievable. Right, our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim that it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please give a warm welcome to this week's special guest, Drac. Welcome, Drac. So, Kevin, what is Drac to you?
This is Drac. He's my dad's friend. He took me out for a driving lesson and I reversed through a chip shop window.
Brian, please explain how you know Drac.
Well, this is Drac, the roadie that left me gaffer taped to a lighting rig for over an hour.
Right. And finally, Lee, what's your connection?
This is Drac. And I presented him with first prize at the National Pie Awards 2009.
So, David's team, begin your investigation.
Lee, where were the National Pie Awards held?
Birmingham.
What was the venue?
The venue was the Hilton Hotel.
Right. Hilton
What kind
Hotel
of pie was it?
Well, he made a selection. He didn't just make one pie. It was for his various pies. You don't just have one pie. It's
so
not like...
Was he various pie maker of the year?
No, he won the big prize at the end, National Pie Maker of the Year.
So he won the overall award. Were there like separate...
No, he didn't have the best overall.
What were the separate awards? Were there like apple pie, steak and kidney pie, and then Drac won the big, you know, like best film, best pie?
You don't just have one pie. You have to have, I think, two or three pies.
I think we understand that you have to demonstrate the ability to reproduce the pie. Otherwise, it literally is just one pie. And as soon as the judges have tasted it, well, what does it matter? That was a pie. That pie's gone.
It was two or three pies he produced that year, but I
two or three. I think he wants to up production, actually.
Yeah. They've done the pie tasting and judging on another occasion.
Yeah, they'd voted on it. People had voted on it, and there was like a pop chart. It's a pie chart.
He brought...
It was... you like the pie chart, Gav, didn't you? I thought you'd like it.
Did you announce then the winner is Drac, or did you say his full name, which is...
I said the winner is Drac.
What about Brian and
Brian gaffer taped to a lighting rig. For how long?
Over an hour.
Over an hour. Why, may I ask, were you gaffer taped to a lighting rig in the first place?
I was the youngest member of the band, and I was probably not behaving in a way deemed appropriate for a member of a band in the presence of road crew.
What were you doing?
I don't remember. I think I was just being a general, you know...
How did you get down?
Pain. Well, they had to get me down because it's a lighting rig. It was like one of
Wait a minute. Drac, on his own, grabbed you because you were doing something you shouldn't be doing, like maths homework. He carried you up a ladder to a lighting rig 20 metres above the stage, and then he gaffered you round.
He was the tour manager, actually. So he ordered the rest of the crew to put me on the ground, gaffer me up into a ball, put a harness on, and then attached me to lighting rig at the Hammersmith Odeon and left me there for over an hour.
Was that when you wrote Things Can Only Get Better?
And you can't remember what you did that had offended them?
No, I think it was just a build-up, I think, of absolute annoyance over many weeks.
I can believe it.
Yeah.
OK, so, Kevin Bridges, it was something to do with the car.
Well, yes, he's a friend of your dad's and he took you on a driving lesson.
Yeah.
And you ended up reversing through a chip shop window.
Yeah. His name's Duncan.
Duncan.
It gets called Drac because it's like D-R-A-C, and he used to be known as Duncan from the RAC because he's a driving instructor, and then that got shortened to...
What were you trying to do, a three-point turn? What was...
No, it was the first lesson.
Right.
And we thought we'd do reversing, because that's Drac's attitude.
Once you've learned going backwards, going forwards is a piece of cake.
It's the way he sees life and the way he sees driving tuition.
But...
You've got a chip shop by the side of a road, so the car is not facing... The front of the back of the car is normally not facing a chip shop, is it?
No, it was in the car park of the chip shop.
A chip shop with a car park?
Have you not been to Scotland before, David?
So this is like a kind of IKEA-scale
It's a massive chip shop. I worked in this chip shop.
So you're in the car park by the chip shop window.
Yeah.
And you get in the car for the first driving lesson, and he says, first things first, reversing.
So why didn't he press the brake when he saw you hurtling backwards towards the chip shop?
He was busy trying to design his new pork pie.
So, right, David C, we need an answer. Is Drac Kevin's driving instructor, Brian's gaffer taping roadie, or Lee's prize-winning pie maker? What are you going to say?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well, Kevin's story sounds implausible, but we've been down this road before. Frankly, nothing would surprise me. If he said he'd unscrewed his leg and it had walked to China on its own, I'd believe it. Leading a corporate... Isn't pies a bit... He's northern, he's doing a pie handing out prize, isn't it?
But then again, if you're doing the Pie Awards...
Yeah.
That's... Who would you go to other than Lima?
Can you just say that to camera? I'll give him some available dates. I'll give him some available dates.
And what about Brian's?
Very good specific story about the winch and the Hammersmith Odeon and...
Yeah.
But it does seem quite a cruel thing to do.
I think he probably could have been irritating enough for them.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think that's in question, to be honest. What's it going to be?
Say Brian.
Say Brian.
Yeah, come on.
Brian. We think it's Brian.
You're saying Brian?
Yes.
Yeah. OK. Would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Drac. I'm the roadie that gaffer taped Brian to the fighting to us.
Thank you very much for coming on, Jack. So at the end of that round, David's team have 4 points and Lee's team have 2. Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. So we start with... Oh, it's David.
I've had to prise open my bedroom door for the last 2 years, ever since the door handle fell off.
What do you use to prise open the door?
Just my fingernails. And you have to go to the top of the door jamb.
Is it an out or a... No,
it depends which side.
Do you live on your own?
I can answer that.
I have a flatmate, but it's just my bedroom, yeah.
It's only you that has the inconvenience.
So you have to do...
I'm absolutely the only person who ever needs to get in or out.
He speaks to me with a stare, and I don't know...
That's just, you know,
Don't
a
say
look of resignation.
Why haven't you just whipped out a knob and affixed it to the entrance?
Basically, it's not really... You can't just screw it back on because the holes that the screws...
The thread's gone.
That's it!
Keely, speaking as the only woman, in your single days before you settled down...
Oh, God.
And you'd have met David and you'd be getting on like a wildfire, and he said, well, why don't you come back to my... I know you don't like it. I know you don't like it. It's either this or Ronnie Corbett. Right. Why don't you come back to my apartment and we could settle down and have a game of Boggle? So you go there, and he said, well, why don't we go upstairs? And you go upstairs and you get to the door and there's no handle or knob. Would that put you off?
This actually happened to me once.
David! David! You're a dark horse.
I don't remember.
I stayed over, and when I got up in the morning to leave, I couldn't get out. And I didn't know where I was.
You didn't know where you were?
Wow, really?
I had to ring the fire brigade.
I think I should say, at this point, this was not at my house.
And they had to come and put a ladder up to the window and give me a fireman's lift out.
Where was the man who you'd gone back with?
He'd gone to work.
He'd gone to work and locked you in for later.
Didn't know.
She'll keep till I get back. Wow. OK, what are you going to say, Lee?
I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
It looks like a man that's got well-maintained doors.
Yeah.
I'll say it's a lie.
OK, then we'll say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. David Mitchell, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It is, in fact, true.
Yes, it's true. David has had to prise open his bedroom door for the last 2 years, ever since the door handle fell off. And next... oh, it's Lee.
Possession.
Oh, right, take out the box, pop it on the desk and read the card.
It's a set of children's cutlery. This is the children's cutlery I used when I went on a special diet. It helped to make the portions on my plate seem bigger.
David's team, do you believe that?
So, Lee, how long did you use the cutlery for, then?
Well, if it was a big meal, 10 minutes.
In terms of weeks or months? How long
Nothing was that big.
How long was the period of your life for which you used children's cutlery in order to lose weight?
Swallow this.
I know it doesn't take you that long to invent 6 months.
6 months.
Did you sort of take them, if you were going to a restaurant, did you take them with you?
No, I think you're mixing it with a lunatic. You know, it's not a great... I mean, Keely, would you really want that on a date if I said, so, how did the tennis go, love? I could take it into the bedroom and go, you don't think it's big? Look at it against this. And that's a salad fork, let me tell you.
And what gave you the idea? Where was the inspiration for this?
I read it in a book.
You read it in a book?
Yes.
Which book was that?
The Book of Dieting.
The Book of Dieting?
No, it was a
big book of stupid dieting.
Right, David, what do you think?
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Keely, are you in agreement with the rest of us?
I think that's a lie.
So you're saying no? OK. Lee Mack, were you telling the truth there?
It was a lie.
What a shock. It was a lie. Lee did not go on a diet which involved using children's cutlery for every meal to make his portions seem bigger. Oh, that noise signals time is up, and I can reveal that David's team has triumphed by 7 points to 4. But, of course, it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Kevin Bridges. Yes, a fine achievement for a young man of 24. As a Glaswegian, he can look back on that with satisfaction for the rest of his life. Another 10 years. Good night. To Would I Lie to You, the show all about lies and lying. On David Mitchell's team tonight, we have a judge from Strictly Come Dancing who's known as Mr. Marmite. You either love him or hate him. Plus, he's the colour of mahogany and smells of yeast. It's Craig Revel-Horwood. And a presenter who found himself at the South Pole suffering from frostbite and hypothermia. 2 words, sat-nav. It's Ben Fogle. And on Lee's team, one of the stars of the sitcom Outnumbered, where he plays the father to those kids who were really cute in series 1 and 2. It's Hugh Dennis. And a woman I spent so many years waking up with that I find it hard to believe I never saw her on telly. It's Kate Silverton. And so we start with round 1, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so have no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the truth from the lies. Hugh is first.
For superstitious reasons, I have to touch the tip of my nose whenever I say the word France.
David's team.
Have you ever been to France?
Yes, I have been to France. It's a weird thing, but I have to do it. And I've done it since childhood.
What sparked that off?
Well, because when I was very little, I was quite scared. I was a very sort of worried child. And the thing that I was really worried about, more than anything else, was rabies.
Little chuckle, little nervous chuckle after rabies there. I was terribly worried about rabies.
Anyway, and you forget that England is it's an incredibly safe country where we don't have anything. But when you go to France, I don't have to do it immediately.
Is it all right to catch up at the end of the day?
When I was a child, because I was so scared of rabies, and we used to go to France quite often, I thought that it would kind of ward off rabid dogs. It's one of those sort of weird childhood...
How did you learn about rabies as a child, then?
The hard way.
I learned a lot about rabies, or as the French, and if I say French, I don't have to do it. If I say France, I do have to do it. But what the French call la rage, which is rabies, and I genuinely thought it would ward off, it would give me good luck. Because I'm slightly superstitious, that's all.
So, what do you think? Truth or lie?
Well, it's possible, but unlikely. I do think the one time you said France and forgot to touch your nose...
But that's because I'm an adult, and I don't...
I don't think it's plausible at all, actually. It sounds absolutely ludicrous, and I can't imagine anybody wanting to do it.
We're not going to ask you to mark him, by the way. We're not going to ask you to hold up a number.
You think a lie?
I think it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie?
We're saying it's a lie.
OK, Hugh Dennis, were you telling the truth or telling a lie?
I was telling a lie.
Yes!
Yes, it was a lie. Hugh does not have to touch the tip of his nose whenever he says the word France. Ben Fogle, you're next.
OK. OK. Do I read it now, don't I?
Ideally, in an ideal world, you'd read it out loud.
OK. I was interrogated for 6 hours on suspicion of being a spy.
Steve.
Wow, where? Where? Sorry, it's the accent. Can you interpret for me?
Where?
For the boss man in the corner.
Where were you interrogated?
So, it was an island in the Pacific called Pitcairn.
Called what?
Pitcairn.
And what were you doing there?
Basically, I was out there doing some research about remote communities, remote islands, and I arrived, and they thought I looked very dodgy, and that I must be a spy. And just one extra twist to this is that they also accused me of trying to illegally smuggle plants.
What kind of plant?
Breadfruit plants.
Breadfruit plants? Are you just making up words tonight?
Has anyone tried breadfruit? Horrid. It smells like old socks.
It tastes neither like bread nor fruit.
No.
Am I the only one who's not heard of the breadfruit plants? Do we all know the
I've heard of the breadfruit plant.
I am the only one who's not heard of it.
And I've heard of Pitcairn Island as well.
Yeah. Great.
So
have you all heard of the breadfruit plant?
Yeah, there you go.
what did they actually do to you?
What's quite interesting is that, because there's only, I think there's 36 inhabitants on this island, they were very suspicious that I was there because no one had been on the island for about 18 months.
You say they didn't know while you were there. I mean, don't these people watch Country File?
Yeah, I
mean... they didn't
No telly.
So what actually happened then? What happened?
So, got interrogated for about 6 hours, got accused of not just being a spy, but smuggling this plant in. They found me guilty, and I was deported and had a 5-week journey back to Polynesia and then back to England.
This was for a television programme, was it?
No, I was just out there on my own.
Just researching
researching for a book
breadfruit.
that I was going to write.
So what do you think? Is he telling the truth?
Well, I
mean, it
know
sounds
that he
fantastical.
did. I know that he did the journey because I've seen the book. I don't know whether he's using the story, which is a true story, and then adding on the interrogation.
Like, if yours was, I read the news sometimes naked from the waist down, it would be true that you read the news, right? But you've added a bit on, haven't you?
Taking a bit off.
Hang on, let's all... So, a semi-true.
It's a semi, yeah.
It's a semi, definitely. It's a
So, back to the interrogation.
Is it just me, or is there a bit of a frisson now between Lee and Kate?
I'm having a hot flash.
Imagine what Lee's having.
You see, I think probably it's a bit of an add-on.
Do you think it's not true?
I don't think it's true.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with that as well.
You think it's not true as well? Go on, then. My team says not true.
Say not true. OK, so, Ben, were you telling the truth, or were you telling a lie?
I was telling... truth.
Oh! No! Yes! Wow. I'm so sorry. It is all true. Ben was suspected of being a spy. With his love of the countryside, passion for cycling and fascination with squirrels, he's like a real-life James Bond. Right, Kate Silverton, you're next.
All right. I once read an entire news bulletin with 1 foot in a bucket of iced water.
David?
Right. I'm assuming some sort of injury.
Yes. I had sprained my ankle.
By, what, reading a difficult sentence?
I'd raced in a triathlon the day before,
right.
and I'd come a bit of a cropper. So the next day it was it was very, very swollen. So we tried putting it up, but of course that didn't really look that good.
Yeah.
As I was reading the news.
Yeah. Looks too casual, doesn't it?
We came up with a cunning plan to have a bucket of ice, but it was just, I was in such pain.
It's very odd that you didn't have someone that could do it for you. I mean, you know, you're allowed to take sick leave, surely, on an injury. Why?
Not when you freelance. No, because I went in, obviously I wanted to work. If I didn't work, then that's me, I don't get paid. So
someone else gets in there, eh?
Yeah.
That bloody Hugh Edwards. He'd have been in like a shot, wouldn't he? Terrible news, Kate sprained her ankle.
Finally, an impression with the right accent for you.
I don't know, I totally believe that.
I don't. The freelance thing.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, free? Why can't you be freelance?
Oh, they're like a couple now, aren't they?
Are you that...
Shut up, I'll deal with this.
Were you that desperate for the money?
Well, it was a 3-hour stint. It was on a Sunday morning, and you go in for 3 hours, and it's very, very difficult to get somebody else to cover.
When did you do the injury, actually?
On the Saturday.
At what time?
In the afternoon, like a 3 o'clock race.
Oh, I see. And what part of the race was it?
The running bit at the end.
Where did you come in the race?
Good Lord, it's like a slightly Camp Inspector Moose. Please take your guess. Is she telling the truth?
Yes.
Would you like to consult with your team?
What do you think?
I think it's probably true.
What do you think?
I think it's true, but...
Yes, it's true. It's true. It's true.
So they're saying it's true. Kate Silverton, truth or lie?
It is a lie.
It's a lie. Kate did not read an entire news bulletin with 1 foot in a bucket of iced water. To be fair, being a newsreader is simply reading words from an auto cue. Any idiot can do that. Smile, pause for laughter, encourage applause.
Nice stupid face at the end, I like that.
The next round is the Ring of Truth, in which I read out an amazing celebrity fact, and all our teams have to do is decide whether it's true or not. So, both teams, take a look at this.
Yeah, or even nice tea, man.
Most of the rap is happening in London, but you don't have to be from London to do it, because it's important from wherever you are that you're doing it, because it makes the scene massive.
You sit in your armchair with your control for another channel. Would you sell your soul? Watch the box all day and night. Buy your own dish or satellite. Not me.
You select your subject you want to write about by just watching the television or something, and if something is happening and it grabs your attention, and you want to release anger about that, then you just write it down in a rap.
MC. I just don't agree with Sky TV.
OK, so here's the related fact for both teams. Andy Murray recently released a rap single that sold just 200 copies and failed to chart. Is that true?
I find that really hard. I mean, he's famously quite glum and dour, isn't he?
Scottish.
Scottish. Well, that doesn't... I'm not saying that all Scots are glum and dour, but he is.
The record was called Autograph, and it sold just 200 copies, coming nowhere near the 1,000 sales required to make it into the charts, and it came out in November 2009.
If he had any sense, he would have bought 1,000 copies himself.
So rigging results, then, Craig, is his fine in your book says Strictly Come Dancing judge.
Do you know it? Do you know the rap, Rob?
I've got some lines here. Here we go. During Wimbledon, it gets really crazy. My hand cramps up and my mind gets hazy. I sign and sign, but the line doesn't end. Wake me up tomorrow, let's do it again. Autograph.
My instinct is it's not true.
Surely he's focusing on tennis.
Exactly.
I don't think it's true.
I think it's true.
Oh.
Do you?
No. Well, I don't think it's true, and so the deciding vote, we're going to say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie? OK. Lee.
Whilst you were talking before, Kate whispered something into my ear. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with this, but... but then I said, hold that thought until after they've said their piece.
As a reporter, I think this is true because I seem to remember talking about it.
It's quite handy having a newsreader on my side, isn't it?
So there we are. So, Lee's team say it's true, David's team say that it's a lie. Well, this
I wish we hadn't. I bitterly regret that.
This will shock you as I tell you it's true.
Well done. We were so close.
Yes, Andy Murray did release a rap single that sold just 200 copies and failed to chart, and we've got it here.
During Wimbledon, it really gets crazy. My hand cramps up and my mind gets hazy. I sign and sign, but the line doesn't end. Wake me up tomorrow, let's do it again. Autograph. Autograph. Autograph.
Craig, you were laying down some fat beats there, my friend.
Thank you, darling.
PHT, of course.
Well, it's not my genre, but...
No, that came across. So at the end of that round, David's team have 2 points, but Lee's team have 2 points. So to our next round, This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. And this week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest. And it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Mike. I'm as shocked as you.
You don't have to hear them, he's definitely with David.
Ben Fogle, what is Mike to you?
This is Mike, and I met him in a pub and got so drunk that Mike here gave me a tattoo.
All right. David, would you tell us how you know Mike?
This is Mike, and we once started a detective agency together.
Really? Is that right?
In my garden shed.
And finally, Craig.
This is Mike, and he beat me in a moustache wearer of the year competition.
There we have it. Ben's impromptu tattooist, David's fellow private eye, or Craig's champion moustache wearer. Lee's team, where'd you start?
When did you have a moustache?
During a show I did called Spend, 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 which was in 1999. I was the choreographer.
Why did you enter it?
I entered it with my friend Clifford, actually.
Was he an enormous dog?
No. He had a moustache. I had a full beard, and I shaved my beard off.
Where was it, the competition?
In Finsbury Park.
Just in the park? Was there any fencing?
Not strictly speaking, the competition, just a lot of men with moustaches wandering around in the park.
Yeah.
Now I believe it.
If of men there. Why did you suddenly make friends with the winner? Unless you fancied his moustache.
Well, it was a long time ago, and it was a bit cute then, weren't you, darling?
You know what? Please, can you stand up and go compile?
Look, do you want to let's just...
Yeah. The world, darling.
So let me... I'll do it for you.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh, now.
Now I'm thinking he can carry that off.
Yeah. I'm liking that.
Were you hoping to get into an episode of Poirot?
No, we did it as a laugh. We were absolutely slaughtered one night, and we just thought we'd do it for a joke, really.
Yeah. David, so David, just remind us again.
Yes, we set up a detective agency together in my garden shed.
As children?
Yes, as children.
How old were you at the time?
I was, I think, 10.
And he was the same age?
No, he was 13, I think.
It's a bit of an age gap, I would have thought. 13-year-old men with moustaches hanging around 10-year-old boys.
Did you say 13-year-old men?
They're men, as far as I'm concerned.
What sort of cases were you taking on? I mean, what would be a typical case for you?
Well, we followed a guy.
Who was it you were following?
It was a bloke who lived a few doors down. He had a sports car.
Oh, that sounds nice, darling. I'm loving it.
Well, you say that, I considered him suspicious.
What did you suspect him of?
I don't know, it was a sort of seedy car. And there were lots of cigarette ends in the ashtray.
Oh, guilty as sin.
And at the time, well, dressed like this.
Yeah, was he as good at blending into the background as he is now?
No.
Every time he looked round, he'd just be still going.
And what does he do now?
I believe he works in IT.
You believe?
Would you like to move on to Mr. Fogel?
Yeah.
Yes, Ben.
The idea of Ben with the tattoo just seems
Where is the tattoo?
Let's see it.
No, I'm not going to show it. It's on my shoulder.
Why won't you show us?
Look, I'm a bit embarrassed about it. I was really drunk.
Embarrassed? What is it? What is it?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. It's either a star or a compass.
So you saying he's a shit tattooist?
No. I bumped into him, got very, very drunk in a pub in the middle of winter. No one else there except Mike here.
And he had his tools with him?
No, I think we
back to his place.
we left the pub and went somewhere. Not entirely sure where.
You're telling me that you were so drunk with this man who you'd never met, who, God bless you, looks a bit eccentric, and he said, in my bag I've got some needles and some ink, you've never met me, do you want to come back to mine? And you said, yes, that sounds my cup of tea, let's go and do that, I'm off my fence.
OK, we need an answer. Lee's team. Is Mike Ben's barroom tattooist, David's fellow detective, or Craig's moustache champion? What are you going to say?
Well, I think it's Ben.
Okay.
Oh, I'd love it to be Craig's. It's such a great story. I kind of think it's David, but it could be Ben. Sorry.
I think it might be David, so we'll go with David.
Saying David. OK, yeah. So, Mike, would you please reveal your true identity?
My name is Mike, and one drunken night I tattooed Ben.
I should just say he is a very good tattoo artist.
So let's have a look.
You really want to see it?
Yes, I really do.
That's a tattoo.
Yeah. Is it a compass?
What is it, Mike?
It's a nautical star.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Which brings us to our final round, quick-fire lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. We will start with... Lee.
When I was 6, I was thrown out of ballroom dancing lessons.
David's team.
Right, I'll take this.
Never say that to Craig.
You were 6. What had you done in the ballroom dance lesson?
I broke a piece of equipment.
What equipment can you break ballroom dancing?
I broke the machine that plays the music, the tape machine that plays the music.
What? Well done. The machine that plays the music, Musictron, the robot, the friendly robot that ran the classes and would play the piano. I broke it.
What dance were you doing at the time?
I can't remember the dance, if the truth be known.
So you can't do it now for us?
You're absolutely right, Ben.
OK.
Lee, you said you couldn't do it, and under normal circumstances, but we've got a...
Oh, Craig.
I call him Dancer. He can hold your hand and ease you into it gently.
I'll show you how it went.
OK.
I'll show you how it went. Right. Now, I'm going to say this really slowly, so listen. I think I better lead. Now, it's arm up, like this, you see, and basically, the arm on the shoulder, the other lady, I sort of turned and then said, oh, what's that machine? And then broke the machine. That was roughly how it happened. If that's not evidence...
So what are you going to say? What do you think? Truth or lie?
I think it's an unusual choice, you know, for a six-year-old. For a six-year-old, but it's obviously...
It was big in the 70s, though, because of Come Dancing. Come Dancing was a big show in the 70s.
Yep.
Before it was bastardised.
So what are you going to say?
It's a difficult one, but I think we're saying it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. OK. Lee, truth or lie?
It is, in fact, true.
It's true. When Lee was 6, he was thrown out of ballroom dancing lessons. Even so, he spent the next few years locked away in his bedroom perfecting the hand drive. Next. David.
I have such a terrible singing voice that one year my teacher told me to mime during our school carol concert.
What was the song?
What was the song?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
It was a range of Christmas carols.
Oh, there was a few that you were bad at. You were bad, full stop. It wasn't just the one song.
Oh, no, I know you're right, Lee. I sung some of them like an angel. Oh, come all ye faithful, I just would scream the word shit.
So what did she say this in front of everybody?
No. No, I was sort of taken aside and said, look, you're finding this a bit difficult, aren't you? And it's putting some of the other boys off.
So, truth or lie? Time to decide.
It's kind of too obvious and too easy, so I don't know.
No, you're thinking of me.
It's a lie.
I think it could be just a lie.
I will say lie. The team says lie. We'll go with lie, yeah.
OK. David, truth or lie?
It is a lie.
It's a lie. David was not told to mime during his school carol concert because he has such a terrible singing voice, sir. David's never been asked to keep quiet at school. Well, once. But out of respect for the gym teacher's career, we won't go into that. Next. Oh, me. I always throw the first and last biscuit in a packet away without eating them.
Why?
Because the one at the top, it started when the one at the top is crumbly, so I used to throw that. Often it's got crushed, and then can't explain why the bottom one.
Do you mean you throw the bottom one away before you start eating them, or just when you get to the bottom one you throw it away?
All right, here's the packet of biscuits, OK? Take the top off with the little bit of stringy kind of wrapping.
Which actually reveals sort of 2 or 3
2 or 3 come away in it, in a quite a satisfying motion.
Yes.
The third one is normally relatively unscathed by its experiences during transit.
What are we talking about?
I take those... Let me talk. I take them out... Suddenly I'm on Bill Turnbull's side. I take them out. The top biscuit is often damaged. I discard it. I then take...
Discard it? What, throw it away?
Throw it away in the bin. In the bin.
Waste it?
In the bin. Or leave it all for the dog. I'll put it on the floor in the kitchen. Then, at the bottom, because I'm taking them out to put them in the biscuit jar...
Have you got a dog?
Yes, I have.
Ben, he's not going to say no now. He's quite good at this.
I've got a black lab.
Oh, very good.
Have you?
So, where you do black experiments.
Then take the biscuits. I'm getting them out to put them into the clear Perspex Kellner jar, whatever it's called.
If you're worried about biscuits getting crushed and misshapen and crumbly, Why do you put them in a biscuit jar?
Well, that's the safest place.
No, it's not. A packet is like a car park for biscuits. It's all perfectly, isn't it? If you put them in a jar, you're going to get exactly the kind of problem you're trying to avoid.
You think I'm putting them in the jar like this. I give my wife the jar at one end of the room. I then stand at the other end and go, "You ready?" That's not how I put them in here.
You take them out one by one and carefully place them in the bottom of the jar like a maniac.
No, David, I take them out and I slide them into the jar and they rest happily.
What biscuits are they?
Chocolate hobnobs, or ideally, the ones I don't have to do it with, because I only do it with the ones you take out, is the chocolate Leibniz, because they come in a box. They're usually unscathed.
You've just said that you give chocolate hobnobs to your dog. Chocolate is poisonous to dogs.
Have you not met his dog?
Well, now you mention he wasn't a black lab when we got him. He was a golden retriever.
So just to absolutely establish, you're taking out the biscuit, you're discarding it because it's crumbled. If it's not crumbled, you'll tend to throw it away, but not always. Then you'll slide them out like some sort of magician on your hand like that. You'll get the jar, you'll insert them in, unless it's a Leibniz, wherever the bloody hell they are. They go in, it comes off, there's one left, it's not damaged, give it to the dog that used to be brown that's now black. That is what you're telling us is what's happening in your house. You're mental, of course it's true. You think that's a lie?
I think it's a lie.
You're going to say lie?
Yeah. Go on then, I'll go with my team, say that's a lie.
Yeah? Lie. David?
Well, yes, I think I can believe it.
Yes, I don't like the broken biscuits on the end.
Yeah. So what are you saying?
So we'll say true.
You're saying true, right. You say true, you say lie. Well, it's actually a lie. That noise signals time is up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that Lee's team have romped to victory by 8 points to 3. But of course, it's not just a team game. My individual liar of the week is Ben Fogle. Yes, Ben Fogle, who hasn't lied so much since he sat behind James Cracknell and said, "I'm rowing just as hard as you are." Good night. Good evening. Welcome to Would I Lie to You, the show all about the art of lying. On Lee Mack's team tonight, we have the star of Doc Martin, a show whose enormous success has had the Cornish locals high-sixing each other. It's Martin Clunes. And another very successful comedian actor who's even been awarded an OBE. Yes. For what? I mean, I like the Kumars as much as the next man. But an OBE? It's Sanjeev Bhaskar! And on David Mitchell's team, a presenter who once interviewed Tony Blair about the Iraq War and his decision to remove Saddam Hussein from office. Not the most light-hearted moment on All-Star Mr. and Mrs. It's Fern Britton! And the man who puts the E into Richard Grant. It's Richard E. Grant! Right, let's get started then with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. Now, to make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to separate the truth from the lies. And Sanjeev is first up.
I once had to ask Michael Winner to calm down after I crashed into his car.
David. Right. Was this... At the time when you asked him to calm down, had his brilliant Eshaw campaign already hit our screens and so it, you know, seemed like an apposite thing to say, or was this years ago and angrier Michael Winner who still had a film career?
I think it was before the adverts.
Right, so maybe that's what gave him the idea.
Quite possibly.
What car was he driving?
He was driving a Bentley.
What colour?
I don't know, it was dark.
Well, it was at night or it was a dark Bentley?
Both. It was dark, that's why it blended in.
Right.
That's why I hit him.
Are you sure he had a car at all?
Well, you mean I just hit him up the arm?
Well, he was once a very large man.
What was your car?
I was in a Vauxhall Cavalier.
And where did the crash happen?
Yes.
It was Kensington High Street in London.
Who was in the car with him?
No one, I think.
He was driving himself?
He was driving himself, yeah.
Describe the whole incident.
It was raining and it was dark and I braked. And the guy in front of me braked very suddenly and I went into the back of him.
So you both get out of the car. At this point, you're presumably quite surprised to see that it's Michael Winner.
I started laughing.
Right. What was his response?
He said, that bump is about £1,000. Then Michael Winner got out of the car and he said, I agree with the first chap. I started laughing and he just said, this isn't very funny. And I said, I think it is.
Did you exchange all the details?
I think I gave him my details. I don't think he gave
Did you include the OBE in your details?
Didn't have one at the time.
This was pre-decoration.
Was it this incident that led to your being awarded the OBE? Because I think you should have got a knighthood.
Well...
You have to kill him for that.
I'm surprised he didn't have a passenger with him, because he's very friendly with Michael Caine. I was driving down the road when we felt a prang in the arse. I looked around. Who do you bloody think it was? Only Sanjeev Bhaskar, pre-decoration. What do you think, David's team?
Michael Winner does have a driver, always talks about the driver in his reviews.
Well, you think it's true?
Well, I'm so gullible. I think, yes. Oh, did it? Oh, really?
You think it's
well,
a
it
lie?
happened.
It's a lie.
There's something about he would have a chauffeur or someone else in the car. So, on the basis I have the casting vote, I'm going to say lie.
Saying that it's a lie.
Yeah.
OK. Sanjeev Bhaskar, OBE. Are you telling the truth or telling a lie?
I'm telling the truth.
Whoa. Yes. It's true. Sanjeev did once have to ask Michael Winner to calm down after he crashed into his car. It was a serious accident, but a couple of good panel beaters and some light touching up, and Michael looked as good as new. Fern, it is you that is next.
I had a job as a postman, but left after a week because I couldn't ride the bike.
Mack, what do you think?
When was this?
When I was a student.
Oh, not just after this morning?
Did they provide a bike, or did you have your own bike?
They provide a bike.
And you couldn't ride it?
No.
Why couldn't you ride it?
Because the basket on the front that you put the letters in doesn't turn when you turn the handlebars, so you think you're probably going straight on, but you're not. You're trying to turn right, and you think, I'm scared, and then you fall off.
Sorry, what decade are we talking about?
Basket on the...
Basket on the front?
How old were you at the time?
18, so 1933.
She's exaggerating.
34, OK.
My wife has a bike with a high basket at the front. Sometimes I'll pop up, you know. I might pop up into the basket, you know. I'm doing Ronnie Corbett. I might pop up and admire the view. As you were.
So you lasted a week.
Good.
You lasted. Don't encourage him. I'm just glad that basket wasn't big enough to fit Terry Wogan in. Don't. How long? You're a week. Just 1 week as... No!
Oh, feel it coming on. Now, are you edging anywhere closer to...
Suicide, yes. What did you do after that? What was your next job?
Fern?
You seem to be struck. Your face went to screensaver then.
Oh, just jiggle my mouse, I'll come back.
I'll do it.
I worked in a sweet shop.
So what are you going to say?
Martin thinks it's true.
Martin thinks it's true.
Yeah.
Are you basing that on anything than a 50-50 guess?
I'm basing it because I didn't think it was when you started. You seemed hesitant, but then the confidence and the fullness of your answers convinced me.
I have to say, that's probably the most polite answer we've had on the show so far. The bit I don't understand is how the basket doesn't go the same way as
Well, that's what she didn't understand. That's what let her down over the whole arrangement, was the faulty bloody bicycle.
Go on, go with your science.
You think it's not true?
No.
OK, it's time to make a guess.
Well, what do we think? What was your...
I've told you!
Well, I didn't listen.
Jesus, this is dragging on, isn't it?
You were a bit like Doc Martin then when you got a bit cross, weren't you? Yeah. We saw that side of him, didn't we? It was quite exciting. It was like watching Doc Martin without having to watch it. I liked you in Inspector Morse. Do you remember when he went, "You're a damn fool, Morse"? Do you remember that?
I also called him Cheese Inspector, but I said it really quickly, so and they left it in. Cheese Inspector? I used to do requests for friends when I got a job. I called Lovejoy Love Juice as well.
Did you?
Love Juice.
Really? Let's take a guess, then.
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Yeah, I don't think it's true.
I have to make the decision then, so I'll go with Sanjeev and say that that is not true.
You think it's not true? You think it's a lie? OK, so, Fern Britton, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It's true.
Yes, it's true. Fern did have a job as a postman, but she left after a week because she couldn't ride the bike. Part of the problem is that the wheels on a post office bike are larger than normal. That's according to a spokesperson. That is a beauty. Right, Martin Clunes, you're up next.
Right. I have actually been fired by Alan Sugar.
Oh, there we are.
Right, OK. So why were you working for Alan Sugar?
I wasn't directly working for him. I was working for a catering company when I first left drama school, like a lot of good drama students, black trousers, white shirt, handing round the drinks and the canapes, and I turned too quickly and knocked 3 glasses of red wine, I remember everything, 2 glasses of white wine and 4 canapes down a lady's top.
And the lady was?
Angry.
Cross. I'd no idea who he was until years later when I saw him on the telly, and I thought, that's the who fired me.
So was he standing next to...
Yes, it was his do. He was the host of the do, and I was summarily dispensed of with.
Dispensed of or disposed with?
Dispersed.
Yeah.
Tossed off.
Thank you.
What was the name of the catering company?
Oh, God, Mayflower. Well done.
You were the one that remembered it.
Yes, I know.
It's good that he can pat himself on the back a bit. Yeah. Well done.
It was
Martin
a long time
Clunes.
ago.
Well done. Yes. This is where I live. Well done.
So what? So she was cross, and he was standing next to her?
To be honest, she was just wet and dirty, as I remember, but he was... No, she was just busy with dealing with, worrying about her clothes, and his summary firing of me was a sort of display for her benefit as much as anything.
So he was right there and he did it himself?
Yes.
And
Did he use his catchphrase? He's a lovely man.
You fired. Did he do that?
You're thinking of Rocky Balboa, I think, aren't you?
You fired. You fired, Edwin. You fired.
Please, that's a very good Rocky Balboa, but doesn't he really sound a bit more like this? Hello, very much. Hello, time.
What did did he actually say to you?
Oh, God, I can't remember. There was anger, there was shouting. He didn't swear, but he made me look stupid. But cunningly, I already looked stupid. So it didn't really hurt.
Right, David.
Richard, what's all you?
Mayflower came so swiftly, it was brilliant.
I think Mayflower sounds very much like a sort of outside catering company.
But do you think that if you're the guest who's been spilt all over, wet and dirty, that he would have turned round and said, "You're fired"?
It's a very nasty thing to do, because it's only an accident.
And you were 20.
You were full of apologies at this moment.
Of course I was full of apologies. I had some spillage on me, but I didn't, you know, bang on
Didn't
about
blame
that.
That was probably a wise course not to go, "What are you doing, you stupid bitch? Standing right in my way!"
He's telling the truth.
You think he is telling the truth?
I think he is telling the truth.
What do you
But
think?
he is a brilliant actor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, he's
You
an
are.
actor. I mean, with the greatest respect, we're not talking about Robert De Niro, are we? It's Martin Clunes. I mean...
Is he going to do Robert De Niro now?
I can't do him.
Go on, have a stab.
Have I got Pacino for you?
No, I said Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro.
Come on, cocky.
That's all I can do.
That was a monkey. Robert De Niro as a monkey. He's very versatile. He could do a monkey that well.
What's that? Al Pacino? OK. Tom
Like
Jones?
Robert De Niro, that, isn't it, with longer arms?
No, Al Pacino is... OK, Pacino, OK? What do you got?
That's Columbo.
Yes!
Actually, to be fair to him, when you stand up, it is a very good Ronnie Corbett.
Yeah.
So who's guessing? If that ends up in the show, I'm gone. Come on, everybody. Let's have a guess.
Well, I think you instinctively think it's true.
I'm going to go with true.
Well, I haven't got a clue. So...
I can only go with Fern.
I think yes. Let's go with you.
OK, we're going with Fern, and you're saying that it's true. Martin Clunes, our greatest living actor. Were you telling the truth, or were you telling a lie?
I was telling a porcupine.
Yes, Martin was telling a lie, and why should we be surprised? He is a wonderful actor. So, at the end of that round, David's team have just 1 point. Lee's in the lead with 3. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Ken. Welcome, Ken. So, Richard, first of all, what is Ken to you?
This is Ken. He produced my record, a dance version of a Shakespearean soliloquy.
Right, OK. Fern, how do you know Ken?
This is Ken, and he and I are part of the same Morris dancing troupe.
Right. Finally, David, what is your connection to Ken?
This is Ken, and Ken drives a steam engine and recently let me ride in the cab with him.
Well, I think we all know which is the favourite. We'll start with Richard. You said it was a Shakespearean soliloquy.
Yeah. It was a version of Hamlet's To Be or Not to Be.
Chuck up. Chuck up, chuck up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And was there rapping? Was there a bit of... Was there any...
Martin, you're really down with the kids.
That is the question. Not is it the question?
No. Did you keep with the original, or did you change the words?
No, the words were as is.
As is?
Yeah.
How did it go? Can you do a bit? What sort of music was it? Was it lutes and, you know, Shakespearean styly, or was it something more contemporary?
Yeah, was it
reggae
like
beat?
lutes and harps and ting?
It was. It was garage and hip hop.
Is it? Is it though?
For real. For real.
Well, there's certainly no doubting the hip-hop credentials of Lee's team.
And how did Ken convince you that that was a good idea?
He asked me.
Is that all it takes for you, Richard?
Yeah. How do you think I'm here?
What was on the B-side? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day, or whop it up thee straight away?
That is the right answer. OK, Fern, just remind us again.
This is Ken, and we are part of the same Morris dancing troupe.
Right, and how often do you do that?
In summer, it could be every weekend.
It could be, but is it?
How do you combine this with your TV commitments?
Well, obviously, if I'm working, I don't go and do it, because there's a troupe of 12 of us.
And where do you do it? Where do you Morris?
We Morris at the county shows.
Are you pretty good at Morris dancing? You know where this is leading, don't you? Yeah. So, could we have a demonstration, Fern, at all?
I would feel silly.
Well, you're on the right show.
Yeah.
OK, right, David, remind us of yours again.
He drives a steam train and he gave me a ride in his cab.
Right, and how did this crop up?
It was...
You were doing that?
Yeah. It was at the... it was at my brother's 30th birthday do, which was at the Didcot Railway Museum.
There is nothing you've said so far that we doubt. Right, and why did your brother choose that? Was it ironic?
I think there was elements of irony and elements of genuine enjoyment. Very much like this show.
How far did you go?
You can't go anywhere. It's a museum.
Oh, it's an internal journey,
You
is
can
it?
go sort of a couple of 100 yards, stop, a couple of 100 yards back.
And this is all within the building?
No. It's outdoors, but
right.
within the property. You don't access the national network because you just get in the way of the younger trains. They're in such a terrible hurry. Oh dear, says the old steam chain. Why is everyone in such a rush? It's because the network's so terribly underfunded. Say the trucks.
Who's this coming through? It's a young engine. Get out of my way, David. I've got important letters to deliver. Yeah. The engine's very angry, said David Mitchell.
I don't know. This is a hard one because they're all...
I don't think it's remotely hard.
Oh, which one is it?
I think it's David.
Why do you think it's David?
Because she don't know jack about Morris dancing. He's never sung a song in his life.
They might be bluffers. Yeah, well, we'll test them on the knowledge. Very quickly, name some Morris dancing equipment, please, Fern.
I have the garters with the belts on.
Now you're talking.
I have the white knickerbockers and the long socks. I have the wooden-soled shoes.
And I've got the big pole now.
And...
Now, let's look at Ken. Does Ken look like a Morris dancer, yes or no? He sort of does, doesn't he?
He does, yeah.
He does. Does he look like he could drive a steam train? That's a definite big yes, isn't it? Does he look like a record producer?
Not today.
So who are you going for?
What do you think?
Well, it's not Richard. There's no conviction in what he's saying.
He's no conviction in the Spice Girls movie, but he did that.
See, I can't see anything but a Morris dancer when I look at him.
So
now.
you're thinking it's Fern?
I am increasing.
If we could get a look at his hands, I'm sure we could see if he was a
Would you
steam
like
train
to
driver.
see Ken's hands?
Yes.
Oh, look out, the doctor's in.
There we go.
There he comes.
He's a record producer.
include...
Right, is that your final answer?
They're not manual labourers' hands.
So what is he?
Well, I'll go with Dr. Martin.
Oh, God, no, don't. Not me. It's a Morris dancer, then.
You think it's Fern?
Yeah, let's
You
go
think
with
it's...
Fern now.
Well, then I'm going to have to go with the team saying it's Fern.
You're saying it's Fern?
It goes against all my better judgment.
All right, OK. Ken, would you please reveal your true identity?
Yes, I'm Ken, and I produced a record with Richard E. Grant.
Yes, Ken produced Richard's record, a dance version of a Shakespeare soliloquy. And as luck would have it, we've got a clip.
Yay!
Whether it is nobler in mind or to take arms against a sea, end them, to die, to sleep, no more.
Unbelievable. Ken, thank you so much for coming on. Ken. Wow. Which brings us to our final round, quick-fire lies, in which our panellists lie not only to their teeth, but also against the clock. And we start with... Lee.
There was a saying in my old school, if Lee Mack can pass his geography O-level, then anyone can.
It's eminently plausible, David, but is it true?
I mean, in what way did it constitute a saying? I mean,
Well,
I'm sure somebody could have said it.
Yeah,
Does that make it a saying?
I'll be honest with you, it wasn't on the coat of arms of the school. Apparently, it was said for a few years after I left.
What was it about your approach to geography that led your geography teacher to think you were pretty much the worst person at geography on earth?
Well, because we used to do mock... you do mock O-levels the year before, and I failed it badly. So they said, you're going in the CSE class, which was for the kids who used to hit nails with hammers. And my mum went down to the school and said, he just failed it, and with that extra chance, he'll pass it. And they looked at her sad little crying eyes and, and that bag of coal on her back, and they said, tell me, Mac, they said, we'll give him that one chance.
Look, Lee, if this isn't being developed into a film, then you've been robbed.
What was the grade?
The grade that I passed with?
Yeah.
C.
So if you had stayed in the...
That is a grade, yes.
Listen, this is important.
Right. Yes. I doubt that, but carry on.
No wonder you're single.
So...
Lie.
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 Lee. Lee?
What? No, that's the name of your Vietnamese bride.
who even as I speak is at home right now banging against the inside door of the airing cupboard. I'll be home soon, my sweet. Lee, lie?
It is, in fact, true.
True. Next. David Mitchell.
Here we go. I, of course, got a grade A degree in geography.
What did you say?
You know what I said. I said it wrong. Just read it out.
For 6 months, I wrote horoscopes for a women's magazine.
There we are. Lee.
Right. What was the women's magazine? Got him at hurdle number 1.
Top Sante.
What? What women's magazine is that?
That's a magazine, definitely.
Have you heard of Top Sante?
No, is that a Christmas mag? What is it?
You not heard of it?
Never.
Top
Have you heard of it, Richard?
No.
Have you heard of it, David?
Oh, yes.
There we are, thank goodness.
We've not heard of it, have we? If you'd have said...
Well, it's not aimed at you, is it? Frankly.
Well, it depends how annoying he's being.
So what is Top Sante?
It's a sort of magazine that you see in dentists' waiting rooms.
How long ago was this?
I think about a year and a bit after I'd graduated. So,
the bleak years, as we call it.
Was it the only contribution you made to this august publication?
It was, yes.
Why did they think you were the man to do this job?
Well, a friend of mine...
Lying.
All right. Worked for them, and they basically just, for 50 quid a week, they just needed, you know, some vague text that they wouldn't be held to, saying a period of transition is coming, but it's time not to end hope, but still to be wary. You know, that's
£50 a week for 6 months, once a week, doesn't know anything about star signs, nothing that would make them go, David's the man.
No,
because
I shouldn't be doing
you
it.
are quite articulate.
They should have got a qualified charlatan, but no.
So, Lee, it's time to take a guess. Is David telling us the truth, do you think, or could this be a lie?
Oh, it's a fib. He's lying.
All right. He said it with conviction.
Yes.
I'm saying he's lying. What do you say?
Sanjeev?
Yeah, I think he's a liar.
So you're saying it's a lie. David Mitchell, truth or lie?
It's a lie.
Oh, it was a lie. It was a humongous lie.
May I just say, in my defence, obviously I know nothing about horoscopes, but the thing that you most disbelieved, there's definitely a magazine, isn't there?
Yes.
Called Top
Yes.
Santé?
Yes, there is.
I was sitting there, name a woman's magazine. I couldn't think of a thing. One popped into my head, and frankly, I want a medal.
I think you did very well. And that noise signals time's up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that it's a narrow victory for Lee by 6 points to 5. But, of course, it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week is Martin Clunes. Yes. Martin Clunes, who I'm also starting to think isn't actually a real doctor, and perhaps I shouldn't have let him examine my testicles before the show. Goodbye. Would I Lie to You, the show all about lies and liars. On Lee Mack's team tonight, it's as if the grey clouds have parted and a ray of sparkling sunshine glitters down to catch a butterfly's wing as it lands gently on a summer flower. It's Jack D! And a man who is half English and half Polish, which means that he's constantly trying to book himself to tile his own bathroom. It's Peter Serafinovich.
Racist. Racist.
And on David Mitchell's team, a woman who stars in Gavin and Stacey, with me, had a #1 hit, with me, and later will be going home in a taxi. It's Ruth Jones! And what can I say about this man that hasn't been said before? He's Britain's tallest fireman. It's Jason Manford. Right, off we go with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them, and to make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sift the fact from the fiction, and Ruth is first.
Oh,
Ruth, would you reveal all, please?
I once secretly swapped sandwiches with Rob on the set of Gavin and Stacey because a dog licked mine.
Is that right? Seriously? Well, we don't know yet, do we?
What was the dog doing on the set?
It was a dog that we feature in the show, Gavin and Stacey.
Called?
Oh,
No, what's the show called?
Just... Gavin and Stacey.
Is there a dog in Gavin and Stacey?
Yes, he runs
The one that runs along the promenade? Oh, yeah.
Did it have any negative effects on Rob?
I do think that's the sort of effect it's likely to have. A dog is that you would slowly become a dog. I think it's been more called some sort of bacterial infection and we're actually morphing into a canine.
Well, here's the thing. A young student in America, Peter Parker, got bitten by a radioactive spider.
What was the sandwich?
Cheese and onion.
And you let me eat it?
Well, it was a bit of a bet. It was a... Look,
so everybody was in on it?
It's prompted a confession in me. We're having people over for dinner, and our dog got onto the table and started eating one of the starters, but while everyone else was having drinks. And my wife just got it out of its mouth again and put it and just patted it, and so I made sure Rob sat there. Sorry, Rob.
Not true. No. Never been to his house.
No, never will.
So when did the dog just take one lick and off he went?
It was the sandwiches at tea time that come at tea time.
Let's call them the tea time sandwiches.
What?
You heard.
And there's a big platter of them. I put some on my plate. I put it down to go make myself a cup of tea. The dog...
You put it down on what?
It was one of those, you know, those big tables, trestle tables. Anyway, I saw the dog out of the corner of my eye lick the sandwich.
You said a trestle table, though. Trestle tables are quite reasonable. They're not coffee tables, they're high up. That dog must have actually got up on the table.
No, but it was a big dog.
Oh, he's got rabies!
I am. Look at this. It's coming out now that I know about it.
I think we should move on because Rob wants to go for a walk.
I'm amazed I've been allowed up on the furniture, to be honest. Lee, on that note, let's take a guess here.
I think Ruth is too nice to have done this, but on the other hand, there's a little bit of guilt there. There's a little bit of guilt. She's
Come on,
reluctant.
it's hardly the JFK conspiracy. A dog licked a sandwich. I believe that would happen.
Like JFK. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Jack, what do you think?
I say true.
You say true?
True.
You say true? I'll have to go with the team and say
OK,
true.
you're saying true. Ruth, is it true or is it a lie?
Rob? It's a lie!
Oh, thank God.
I would never do something like that.
Well, thank you, I'm glad. Yeah, OK. Well, it's the best news we've had all series. It's a lie. Jack D, you're next.
I developed a word association system to remember people's names, but gave it up when it backfired on me.
David?
What was the word association system?
Did I develop?
To help remember people's names.
It was
Jack, you've just got a bit of fluff on you.
Thank you very much.
Keep thinking.
What I do is I attach a quality to someone and then try and relate that quality to the person's name.
So, just for example,
so
what would that be?
So Jason Manford. If I think Jason and the Argonauts, and that would perhaps, and then next time I'll see you, I'll think. Argonauts will make me think of Jason.
What's Argonaut like about Jason?
For instance, Jason the Argonauts, I might therefore J and Argonaut gives me Juggernaut.
Right.
And you look to me like a lorry driver.
Right.
So therefore I would think lorry driver Jason.
And then when you next meet him, you say, "Hi, Yorkie, how are you?"
It has been known to backfire.
Which is where we come to the hilarious backfiring anecdote.
Oh, that was a bad one. We met someone on holiday, and his name was Charles, and he wore very big sunglasses, like only a blind person would wear. And so I thought, that's brilliant, Ray Charles, because I will remember. I'll remember from the sunglasses, and therefore I will get Charles. And then so next year when we go, I can confidently say, hello, Charles. But it didn't work because 12 months later, and you've slightly forgotten what you'd set up as a system. So he walks in, I go, hello, Stevie.
Where did you meet him? Where was it?
On the holiday.
Where was it?
In Holidayville.
Yeah.
Just in Dorset. It was in Dorset.
And what? So you were in a pub. You were in a pub, and he walked over, and you went, Stevie.
He came out. Yeah, it was the following year, and I saw him again.
Did he live round there?
Where were you sat?
No, he was a fellow holiday maker.
So, and you developed a sort of mild acquaintanceship with a man whose name you could barely remember, but planned to holiday with him again.
No, there was no plan involved, David. We didn't get together and say, are you going to be here next year? Yes, are you?
But you obviously thought it was a possibility, because you already had a plan for remembering his name.
Oh, I perhaps didn't explain correctly that I'd seen him the previous year at the same place and not known his name.
So now it's 3 years on the...
So for 3 years, you and Charles holidayed with metronomic regularity at the same place in Dorset. You kind of escaped
Well, that's
the man.
not so unusual. People tend to frequent the same place for holidays.
Year 1, you see him, but you don't exchange names.
And then
year 2, you learn his name.
To clarify this point, year 1, there's no reason why I would know his name, because I hadn't been introduced to him.
No. There's no reason for you to know his name at all.
Year 2, I had forgotten his name, but endeavoured to remember it for the 3rd year.
Right. All right, David, is that the truth, or is it part of Jack's impish sense of fun and a lie?
I think it's the truth.
Dear, I think it's a lie.
I think it's true. I think I'm going to go for true.
Fine, that's all right.
You know.
You're saying true?
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's the team decision. OK. Jack D.
It was true.
Oh,
hey.
That's me. Very good, well done. Don't believe me.
It's true. Jack did develop a word association system to remember people's names, but gave it up when it backfired on him. Right. Jason, you're next.
OK. For 10 years, I refused to go into any branch of McDonald's after a girl dumped me in one.
What, you mean this girl took you there and left you there?
So you... OK, so you phoned ahead, made the reservation. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Manford. We're very busy tonight.
How old were you? I was 16, she was 15. Oh, hello. So, actually illegal.
You were on a date with her, or...?
Yeah, well, I think we'd been to the cinema, and then afterwards we'd gone to the McDonald's.
So when you were at the cinema, had you perhaps committed something of an indiscretion at the cinema, which prompted her then to end the relationship at the fast food restaurant?
I'd chosen Jumanji.
Can I ask, did she eat her meal before she finished with you?
I ate them both, I think, crying.
Oh, this is...
Finally, can I ask you, Jason, what prompted you to make a return to McDonald's in the end?
I think I was, needed a wee, like everyone else.
But it was 10 years, a whole 10 years that you didn't enter that restaurant.
2, 3 years ago.
Wow.
I finally went back in. I looked that clown in the eye and I walked right into there. She was still there. She was still there. I don't know, what do we think, Jack?
I think he's telling the truth. I think he's dumping material he wouldn't dare do on stage.
You say true? True. I'll go for true. You want to go for true?
True.
They're saying true. Jason Manford, are you telling the truth?
It is the truth.
What a roller coaster of a life you've led.
Yes, it's true. Jason, you've never been able to get over that girl dumping you all those years ago, but I can tell you now that she's here tonight. She's not. No, it was a physical joke. So, our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. So please welcome Ian. So, Ruth, what is Ian to you?
This is Ian, and Ian saved my tortoise's life when he was about to be crushed to death at a recycling plant.
Jason, perhaps you'd like to explain how you know Ian?
This is Ian. Me and Ian got assaulted by some school kids when we were promoting a local butcher's. I was dressed as a sausage and he was dressed as a chop.
OK. And finally, David, your relationship with Ian?
This is Ian. I bought 10 packs of AA batteries from Ian on eBay, and he sent me 100 packs.
by mistake.
So, there we have it. Ruth's tortoise's lifesaver, Jason's sausage friend, or David's eBay seller. Lee's team, where do you want to start?
Well, Jason, you were the sausage, weren't you?
I was a sausage, he was a chop.
When was this?
Well, I was doing a bit of acting and stuff at uni, and there was a promotions firm, and we went out dressed as sort of hilarious, you know, things.
Was he in at the university as well?
No, we met at the promotions.
What butchers?
It was just like a Summit and Son, I think, in Manchester.
What, you mean like all the names of all the butchers?
Well, yeah, if you want.
The thing that I'm not sure about his story is that when he was younger, he was a very big lad.
He was, yeah.
Now, that's not the look you want for a sausage, is it? They're sort of traditionally long and thin rather than sort of... Hey, all right, mate, have you come as a burger? No, I'm a sausage.
So, you said there was an attack?
Well, we've been there since, like, we got there early doors when they opened it up and that, and they got a little local celeb to cut the ribbon and everything.
Who was the local celeb?
It was Curly Watts, Kevin Kennedy. So he came in, he cut the ribbon.
Can I just ask, what was Kevin Kennedy like?
It was nice. It was nice chop. Nice chop.
He was dressed up as well. Wow.
So later on, it got to about 3:30, and obviously school kicking out time. We're obviously dressed
deliciously.
Deliciously. They started picking on us. They were about 11.
11? How old were you?
I was about 19, but I was dressed as a sausage, Lee. And these 11-year-olds were picking on us, calling us names and that.
What names?
What names?
You know,
Yeah.
Sausage.
Sausage.
If only it was that.
Chop.
You choppy bastard and that. You meaty prick. No, that sounds worse, actually. That sounds like a compliment. They pushed me over, and obviously I'm in a sausage suit, so I can't get up.
Did you actually explode, or had you pricked yourself in advance?
That's a nice sausage joke.
Shut your face.
OK, David, this wild and crazy story about getting too many batteries.
Yes. You.
Yeah. So you buy 10 packets of AA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how many batteries in a packet?
2.
2?
2.
So you bought 10 packets of 2?
Yes.
But, no, surely you would buy a big box of, like, 24.
There was a deal on eBay for packets of rechargeable batteries.
Sorry, David, when was this?
About 3 or 4 years ago.
Your career 3 or 4 years ago was going all right. Are you telling me that you were getting back from Peep Show and going, yeah, it went all right, but let me see how I can save money on batteries?
To be honest, I came to a decision in my life 3 or 4 years ago that I wasn't going to continue with my previous battery regime. So I decided I was going to buy a load of rechargeable batteries and have them on a sort of loop. Forever and ever and ever. I would never, ever, ever again, ever have to buy a battery.
What needs 10 batteries?
Well, no, like, there's the remote control for one television, the remote control for another television.
Ooh, Mr. 2 television! Ooh.
So he sends you 10 times the amount?
Yeah.
So he sends you...
100 packs of 2.
So 200 batteries.
Which I must admit was more than I had a use for.
Did you pay using PayPal or a credit card?
I sent a cheque.
True.
I think this story's got a lot of positives and negatives.
Right, Ruth, so talk us through the recycling story.
OK, my tortoise...
Whose name is?
Tom.
Your brain literally went, what begins with T? On the tortoise. Yes, Tom.
He disappeared from our garden a couple of years ago.
Well, they're known for running off quickly. So your tortoise has vanished?
It vanished. So after 3 days, we started to actually worry and tried to work out where he may have gone.
Right.
Did you go into his room and look at his diary?
He's been groomed on the internet.
We did then worry that maybe he'd climbed into a bin bag and been taken away with the rubbish. So we phoned up the council and explained the dilemma, and they said, we'll go through the rubbish and we'll get back to you in a couple of days.
Yes, because they're cooperative like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
If you have one of those phone calls, if you're worried your tortoise is in the rubbish, press 2.
So then 5 weeks went by.
Did you put, like, posters up like you do with cats? Did you? Tortoise missing, answer to the name of Tom.
5 weeks after he'd gone missing, when I was feeling very sad, we got a phone call saying, we've found a tortoise in the recycling plant.
Let me ask you this, did they find it in a specific part of the recycling area, like in the plastics?
They found it on the conveyor belt, on the can crusher bit.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying this is now like a Disney film?
It's like the end of Toy Story.
You're trying to run away, aren't you?
It would make a good film, wouldn't it? I think, anyway, it was about 30 seconds away from the can crusher.
Oh, wow. Give it a rest.
You've ruined the story for yourself now.
30 seconds away?
Well, yeah.
But he was close to the end of the line, about to go in.
Yeah.
So all the other people on the line, they'd just missed the tortoise. They'd gone, I do cans, I do plastic. Who's going to do the tortoise? It's not my job. That's not my job. I don't do tortoises. Do you do tortoises? I don't do tortoises.
So, all right, there we are. What do you think, Lee's team?
I think it's David's story. I think it's the
battery.
I think he's the
battery
man,
salesman.
personally. Ian is exactly how I imagine someone like that would look.
An online battery seller to look. Yes, yes.
Don't think for 1 minute Ruth has got a tortoise, or has ever had it, because tortoises, they don't survive the cold. She lives in Wales. Right, I think... Well, who do we think?
Does my opinion count for anything?
No. It's Jason or David, and shall we go for David?
Go on then.
I'd say David, yeah.
Go on then.
Saying David, you're saying it's the online battery sales.
Yeah.
OK. Ian, would you please reveal your true identity?
My name is Ian. I work for a recycling plant where I found good cargo.
Yes, Ian saved Ruth's tortoise's life seconds before it was about to be crushed in a recycling plant. Thank you so much, Ian. So, Ruth, that was incredible. Is everything with the Toy Story bit on the...
Yes.
All
He's
true.
really called Tom. He's really called Tom.
Now, we've got a picture, actually.
Right.
Oh, there you are.
That
You're
is
about
Tom.
to eat the tortoise. Isn't that nice? Which brings us to our final round, quick-fire lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but against the clock. We start with... It's Lee.
I've placed a £500 bet at the bookies that I'll live till I'm 100.
David's team, what do you think?
When did you place this bet?
I placed this bet when I was 18 years old.
And what odds did they offer?
They offered odds of 1,000 to 1.
1,000 to 1. And you... Sorry, how much did you bet again?
£500.
So, when you're 100, you stand to gain what?
£47, £38.
How old are you now?
I'm 41.
Right, so at 18...
£500,000.
How...
Got it. Nice.
Well done.
So you're only a couple of years younger than me. At 18, £500 was quite a lot of money back then.
It was.
Where did you get £500 from?
I inherited it from my granddad, who reached the age of 100.
Oh.
And I thought that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Your granddad was 100 before you were 18. How old's your dad when you're 18?
Sorry?
When you were 18... When you were 18, your grandfather was 100.
Yes.
No.
So he was 82. Your grandfather was 82 when you were born, right?
Can we stop calling him Grandad and give him his proper name of Step-Grandad? Show some respect for the dead. He's 100 years old.
He was your step-grandfather.
But you
still decided that after your grandfather died, your grandmother married a much, much older man.
Well, she was very old. She was very old when she had my...
Yeah.
My dad.
Why did you decide...
How old was your grandmother when she had your dad?
She
71?
She was 45 when she had my granddad.
Right.
Look, it's a weird family, I'm not going to lie. It's a very weird family.
Why did you decide? It would make makes sense,
No,
that math.
She was 45 when she had...
The maths might make sense, but why did you decide that the genes of your step-granddad would be in you?
£500, that would have got you an airfare to Australia.
23 years
Surely
ago.
you would have spent it on travelling or something like that. I just can't believe that you would...
Oh, yeah. I was grieving. That was not the time to go flying around the world. There's nothing more upsetting than a step-grandfather dying at 100. I'll be honest with you, none of us expected it.
Right, David, time to guess.
Yeah, it's a lie. It's a lie.
You saying it's a lie?
It's a lie.
Ruth thinks it's a lie. Jason thinks it's a lie. Lee, is it a lie, or were you actually telling us the truth?
It is, in fact, a lie.
No, it's not true, but Lee's going to feel like such an idiot if he does reach 100. Not because he didn't place the bet, but because he'll be wetting himself on a bus and telling strangers he used to be on the telly. Next. Peter Serafinovich.
You're getting out a gun?
My first drink of the morning is always a mixture of tea and coffee. I call it cough tea.
Peter, before you jump in, I couldn't help noticing you put on a pair of sunglasses there. Why?
This is so I don't give away any tells with my eyes. I'll take them off. Okay?
Yeah, you can't...
Yeah, but to be fair, he still looks quite cool.
So, it's disgusting, isn't it? Half tea, half coffee?
I don't like it when you, like, the same teaspoons used after a coffee into a tea. So to mix the two together, weird.
You like that, do you?
Well, I did it by accident when I was about 8. And my mum was like, what are you doing? But then I had a swig of it.
Oh, you would?
Yeah.
Can I ask, how do you make it? Do you make the tea in a pot and the coffee in a cafetiere and then pour it? Or do you do an instant and a tea bag?
I've only ever had it with instant. I don't think you'd sort of sully a nice espresso or whatever with a tea bag.
Do you take sugar in your coffee tea?
No, that would be weird.
Sorry. You can have half white sugar and half brown sugar.
Oh, pervert.
What's it called? They had cough tea.
You could have called it toffee. That would have sounded right.
Yeah. There's already a thing called toffee. I think the very fact that he said you wouldn't do it with proper coffee, only instant coffee, shows that he despises it as a concept. Yeah. And he can't bring himself. Otherwise, if you really meant this about coffee tea, you'd say, I use the finest coffee and the finest tea.
David.
And I blend them exactly together.
Can I just say, calm down, OK? Calm down, dude.
You sound like you've had too many coffee teas today.
Right, come on, David.
Well, what do you think?
I think absolutely it's a lie.
I think it's a lie as well.
Yeah, I think it's a lie.
You think it's a lie?
So...
All right,
yeah.
Peter, is it the truth or is it a lie?
I was telling the truth.
It was a lie, and he even lied as he told us whether or not it was a lie. Next. No, that's me. Right, here we go. I once stole Catherine Zeta-Jones's dinner money.
Well, of course, you're both Welsh, so you presumably went to the same school.
Yes, applaud that thinly veiled racism.
What age were you?
I would have been school age, young, about, I don't know, 10.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is about... she's 40-odd.
Well, I'm 45. Yeah, she was younger than me at school. And is even younger now, apparently.
So you were 10? You were 10. And she was about 5. You stole a 5-year-old little girl's dinner money at the age of 10. You bastard!
No, I didn't steal it as such. It was a misunderstanding.
Right, what was the misunderstanding? How did her money end up in your hand?
Well, I arrived at school that day, and as I walked into the school, Catherine Zeta-Jones's mother saw me and said, I've forgotten to give Catherine her dinner money. Would you give her the dinner money? And gave the dinner money to me. And I forgot to give her the money, and I spent the money on sweets.
And what was this school?
It was called Swansea School.
Swansea? Swansea School?
It was called Dumbarton.
Oh, not Swansea then, Dumbarton.
In Swansea.
Oh, right.
Have you met her since? Like,
Yes, I have, actually, yes.
And have you had a hilarious...
Oh, tell us about when you met her.
Here's your £3.
I'll tell you that when I met her, this is true. When I met her, which is not to say... which is not to say that the other one is true. I met her at the BAFTAs when she won for Chicago, and she had an American accent. That's the story.
Oh, right. So give me my £3 back, Brydon.
So what are you going to say? Truth or lie?
Lie.
Lie.
Lie. It's got to be a lie. Because,
say lie.
You're too an honest man not to have gone back and given it to us.
So, David's team.
I think it might be true.
I'll go with what Ruth says.
Yeah, all right. We'll say it's true.
You're saying it's true?
Yeah, yeah.
You say it's a lie, you say it's true. It is true. Yes, it's true. I did once steal Catherine Zeta-Jones's dinner money. It was a long time ago when we were kids. I now feel old age creeping up on me, as does Catherine, every morning when Michael fancies a cuddle. And that sound tells us time's up and it's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David's team are the winners by 8 points to 3. But it's not just a team game. My individual liar of the week is Ruth Jones. Yes, lovely Ruth Jones, whose irresistible South Wales charm is a bit like my irresistible South Wales charm, except that it's irresistible and charming. Goodbye. To Would I Lie to You, the show all about terrible lies and amazing truths. On Lee Mack's team tonight, the chef and food campaigner responsible for Escape to River Cottage, Return to River Cottage, the River Cottage treatment, the River Cottage year, River Cottage forever, Beyond River Cottage, and could you please shut up about the River Cottage? It's Hugh Fernley Whittingstall. And one of the funniest comedians on the circuit, if only to look at. It's Rufus Hound. And on David Mitchell's team, a comedian who does adverts for the Welsh Tourist Board. I can't help thinking they should have got someone a little higher profile, maybe someone who hosts his own hit panel show. Just throwing it out there. It's Rod Gilbert! And one of the very best comedians in Britain. She's talented, she's charming, witty, erudite and beautiful. She also gets to write all her own introductions. It's Miranda Hart! So, we begin, as always, with round one. It's Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sort the truth from the tosh. Hugh is first up tonight. Hugh, would you reveal all, please?
Occasionally, as a treat, I put Marmite on my face and let my dog lick it off.
Face.
Yeah. And this is a treat for you or the dog?
I see it as a treat for the dog, because...
How does he see it?
Like many people, I don't... Apparently also very much as a treat.
What kind of dog, please?
She's a Springer Spaniel.
You say this is predominantly for the dog. You must enjoy it on some level, because that's quite an extreme activity to do with...
I've always
just for a dog.
I've always liked having my face licked by the family dog. Always.
By just the dog? Anyone else?
Well, cats have a raspy, sandpapery tongue, and it's not nearly so nice.
Have you ever been caught in that awkward moment where you've marmited up and then somebody's rung the doorbell?
By members of the household, but not by strangers at the door.
Do dogs like Marmite?
Dolly does.
I'm not sure that's a helpful line of inquiry, is it?
Do dogs like...
They like salt.
Of course it's a helpful line of inquiry.
Is it a helpful line of inquiry?
If all dogs hate Marmite, it can't be true.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody on the planet that could answer that question properly.
You don't think there's anyone on the planet
that could answer the question, do all dogs like Marmite? No, I don't think there is.
I don't want this to sound like a rebuke. What I was saying was whether anyone knew whether or not all dogs might hate Marmite. You'd know if all dogs...
That's very much just the other side of the coin, in my book.
No, this isn't a coin. There are three things here. There's dogs all hate Marmite, there's dogs all like Marmite, or there's dogs have a similar view to Marmite as humans do.
Yeah, what, let me know hate it?
Rob, as someone who's now in Series 4, you never get into conversations like this with David. He always wins or wears you down. Just don't do it.
Surely it is almost certainly true that some dogs will like Marmite and some won't.
No. For example, I would say that no cats like baked beans.
Would you?
No! You're definitely wrong about that.
For 2 hours, my cat got stuck in a fridge and genuinely ate a bowl of baked beans. Genuine, I swear on my life.
How did the cat get stuck in
The cat, I don't know, just leapt in when my mum opened it once.
And then and you didn't see it? She didn't see a cat in the fridge?
She did that. Probably got some milk, cat jumped in, shut.
Well, she got the milk for the cat, and then where's the cat? Have you seen the cat?
Maybe I'm wrong about cats and baked beans. What I'm saying is there are some foods liked by many humans that certain other species will never eat. Yeah. So what I'm saying is different species like different things, and it is possible.
You said that the things that humans eat, that other animals, all other animals are species...
We've got to learn to work together.
Well, you really have. In that case, you need to change your opinion.
This programme has taken on tone of civil unrest. I sense anarchy at the gates. David, I'll caution you once. Control your team.
I'm going to have to call in the UN. I can no longer vouch for my team.
Excuse me, what have I done?
I feel like a supply teacher who's been parachuted into a problem school and is finding it very difficult to cope. Hugh, your original statement was to do with the dog licking off your face. Now, how often does this occur?
It's something I started doing as a kid because it was a good way to... That was several dogs...
Good way to what?
to get the family dog to lick my face.
So, David Mitchell, what are you saying? Truth or lie?
Rod, what do you think?
Oh, no.
I think whatever my captain thinks, I will back him to the hilt.
Oh, my word.
Can I just say that he just touched David's leg in a slightly effeminate manner? Like that.
If that's what it takes to have them working as a team, Miranda, I'm happy.
That was sexual tension, is that what you're doing?
Is that sexual tension?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't like it. Miranda, what do you think?
I think it is a lie because he doesn't look that desperate for affection in his life.
It has to be a lie, David, otherwise there's something wrong with him.
So you both think it's a lie?
Yes.
OK, we'll say lie.
There's a lot riding on this one.
All right, so, Hugh Fernley Whittingstall.
It was a lie.
Yes, it was a lie. Hugh does not put Marmite on his face and let his dog lick it off as a treat. I once let a German Shepherd lick Marmite off my face. If you're watching, Jürgen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to end like that. Miranda, you're up next.
Right. I always test the temperature of my bath with my ear.
Here we are, Lee.
What's wrong with the conventional elbow?
Well, two things, Hugh. Firstly, it amuses me to test it with my ear. And secondly, I'm a big fan of the bath and I like to get it right and I think it's more sensitive. I sometimes test food, the heat of food, by my ear as well.
Could you mime the process of how you put your ear in the bath?
No, it's simply a question of kneeling at the bath, and I have quite high baths.
How high from the top would you say the water goes?
Well, probably about that much.
Right, so you're kneeling down. Kneeling down,
and then you can bend away all the way over to get your ear in the bath without...
Look, I'm quite tall, and I just get there quite
bendy as well.
I'm bendy. Hi.
Can I just
I'm
add
tall
some,
and bendy.
Add some credibility.
This is when you put my mobile number at the bottom of the screen.
So, I'm guessing, like most normal people, you like a little bit of bubble bath and stuff. So you're basically leaning over, you're going in headfirst through the bubble bath. You're going through it, wait, and then suddenly you've hit it. Oops, it's a bit hot, you've come up. Your face is full of suds, yeah? And you go, well, I'll add a bit more coal to that, and then you sit there and wait with your frothy face. Is that what we're expected to believe?
Lee, do you usually have a bubble bath? I didn't have you down as a bubble bath type.
To be fair, David, you probably didn't have me down as a bath type.
I can tell you that he's got an open fire in his bathroom.
Yes.
Really?
And sometimes Miranda will come round and I'll say to Miranda, I'm not sure if that fire's too hot. And she will...
Do you have one ear that's more sensitive than the other? Is it the left, right, always the left, right, always the right?
Always has to be the left because of where the bath is.
Are you right-handed?
Yes.
That would make sense, you see.
Do you face away from the...
I'm left-handed, and I would go in with the right ear, you see.
I'm right-handed, but I would go with my right ear because of the way my bathroom is. To go with my left ear, I'd have to be turning my back to the taps when I did it, and I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. I want to be able to see that, because ultimately the taps are responsible for the temperature, so I want to be able to look them in the eye while I judge what they've done.
You know those taps haven't actually got eyes, that's your reflection, don't you?
Yeah, no, I know.
What are you going to say on this one, Lee? What are you thinking? Is she telling the truth?
Honestly, Lee, the physics of this are all wrong. If you're kneeling, it's your hips that you bend from. Otherwise, your whole spine would have to be able to go over at 90 degrees.
No, because it's genuinely really easy to do.
Can you just kneel down and show us roughly how it works?
It's literally... So say the bath is...
Can I be the bath?
Where's... So he's the bath. Just say this is the water. That's quite low down.
That's convenient, isn't it? That perfect height.
No, but it's not.
I can adjust it. I'll be the bath. There's the water. Oh, a bit of ear. Got me.
That was very well done.
Thank you very much.
Well done. OK, Lee.
What's your answer?
Do you know what? Until she did that, I didn't believe it, and now I do.
I do as well now. What do you think, Rufus?
I still think it's a lie.
Do you? Ooh, I'll go with you and say that's true.
True. OK. Miranda, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It was a lie.
It's a lie. Miranda does not test the temperature of her bath with her ear. Rod, you're next.
I once had a job where I had to answer the phone and say, hello, beef?
There we are. Lee's team, what do you think?
What was the job? It was a job, it was an office job where... An
office job?
Yeah, an office job.
Right.
In an office job.
Yeah, I know what an office job is.
Yeah, with a certain
the word
type...
office I'm not confused with is the bit about the beef that's getting to it.
It's a government department where we dealt with beef and lamb and suckling cows.
Right. So what was the government department exactly? What were they
It
doing?
was it was an agricultural department of Welsh government.
So they'd ring up and say, hello, beef, and the kind of questions they would ask you would be...
They'd say, well, it was all about identifying animals.
Identifying them?
Yeah.
So you go, hello, beef, and they go, I think you're just a man. I'm looking at a big black and white animal. It's saying moo. Can you help me? It's cow. I'm beef. Goodbye.
No. Well, either that or you might want to put them through the suckler cow. Depends if it was male or female.
What is a suckler cow?
I don't know. I only worked in beef.
Which was this in Cardiff or something? Or?
No, it was in West Wales.
Was it in Carmarthen?
Carmarthen.
Kidwelly?
Carmarthen.
Haverfordwest?
Carmarthen.
Carmarthen?
You should work on the trains. The Welsh office is in Cardiff, but the Welsh office agriculture department, WOAD, is in Carmarthen.
So farmers would ring you up and ask you questions about
Farmers
beef?
would ring me up and they'd say, "I've got an animal here, and it needs identification," and we would give them...
What do you mean identification?
We would give them cattle identification documents. It was the CID department, CID,
well, just
cattle identification.
Stop it. I feel sick with confusion.
It's CID. I worked in CID. It was...
Oh, you worked in CID?
Cattle
identification. Oh, it makes sense. You worked for CID.
There's been a mooder.
CID was cattle identification document, so it's like a cow passport, and they'd ask us questions about
that. A cow passport?
A cow passport. They'd ring up and they'd say, "We've got a new cow in town."
So you'd send out the official documentation.
They would tell me the animal's details, and we would print up a CID, cattle identification document.
Because each one needed this. Everyone had to have this.
Every cow.
Oh, every cow, yes.
So what are you going to say then, Lee? Is he telling the truth?
Well, if you know a lot about cows. A little.
I've rung up departments of DEFRA and said hello, and they've said hello beef.
Yeah.
True. And the whole WOAD thing, you wouldn't just come up with that.
Unless you were very quick and very clever.
OK, we'll go with true.
You're saying true. Rod, were you telling the truth?
It was...
true!
Yes, it's true. Rod did once have a job where he had to ensure every cow had a passport. Oh, it's hard enough getting him into the milking shed, let alone a photo booth. So at the end of that round, David's team have 3 points and Lee's team have 1. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Steve. Welcome, Steve. So, Hugh, first of all, what is Steve to you?
This is my friend Steve, who rescued me when I got stuck in a cave looking for bats.
Rufus?
This is my friend Steve, and together we have visited every pub inside the M25 called the Red Lion, apart from 4 of them.
Right. And, Lee, how do you know Steve?
This is Steve, and we once went camping together when we were in the Scouts, and we woke up to find that someone had stolen our tent.
David's team, where to begin?
So when was this camping trip, Lee?
This camping trip was, I would have been about 13, 12, I think, 12.
How old was Steve?
Steve was about, I don't know... 13. He wasn't born. That's what made the whole thing awkward. No, he was about 7 or 8.
So you were 12 or 13. He wasn't in the Scouts. He was just a 7-year-old you'd brought along.
The Cubs and the Scouts went together. He was in the Cubs, I was in the Scouts, and they
issued every Scout with a cup.
They did.
No way.
They put each young boy in with an older boy in each tent.
So where were you camping?
We were camping somewhere in the Lake District. I think it was called the Lake District.
Right. You woke up with no tent, is that what you said?
Correct. Went to sleep with a tent, woke up without a tent.
Do you know what happened to said tent?
Well, that's a good question. We don't know to this day what happened to said tent.
You never saw the tent again?
No. Stolen?
Yes, I know it was stolen.
Oh,
we don't know what happened to it.
You don't think it might have blown away? You woke up, no tent, and you assumed foul play.
We weren't that deep a sleeper that there was a gale force wing.
You were deep enough that someone had stolen the tent.
There's something about wind that's different to burglars. Wind doesn't...
Wind! There's something about wind that's different to burglars. Now, there I agree with you. Now, if that was what you were asserting, that and that alone, I would say you were telling the truth.
Wind!
However, there's more to this story.
Wind does not sneak up on you. Can I ask a question?
Well...
Did this tent not have a built-in ground sheet?
No, it did not. Because otherwise, it would have been, this is Steve and we were once kidnapped.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. David, please move on to somebody else.
All right,
Oh, yeah, I forgot about... He's Hugh's Batman. To Batcave, the
Where
Batcave.
were you trapped in a cave?
In Sri Lanka.
Really? What were you doing inside a cave?
Looking for bats.
And what went wrong?
It got dark.
Don't bats live in the dark?
Yes, but when I went into the cave, there was quite a bit of sunlight coming into the entrance and actually going quite far into the cave. And I just sort of went as far as I thought was safe, but then the sun went over a ridge outside the cave and it suddenly got very dark and I'd gone further into the cave than I thought.
But then Steve wandered past.
So has anybody seen a tent?
Steve actually heard me shouting for help.
Why were you looking for bats in a cave in Sri Lanka? Were you looking to eat them?
Funny you should say that. They'd had bat on the menu in the hotel, and I was told that they got them from this cave, and out of curiosity, I thought, well, I'll go and look. I'd also heard that they had a rather grim way of catching them, which is to hang fish hooks down from the top of the cave.
And did you go on your own?
Yes.
And then, so you called for help and Steve was walking past the entrance?
Steve, lovely guy, was staying at the hotel, and he heard my cries for help.
Why did they catch bats with a line? Why didn't you just spray them with something? Or just go in with a machine gun?
I think that if you...
I think it rather ruins the integrity of the individual bat as a starter or main course.
Well, admittedly,
it's had a couple of machine gun bullets through it. Also, you can machine gun a zebra, doesn't really spoil it. But not a bat.
So, David, what about Rufus's claim, the whole pub thing?
Which of the 4 Red Lions that you've not been to, where are they?
I don't remember.
You can't find them.
But you know there are 4 exactly.
Yeah, we got a list of all the pubs called the Red Lion, and then we went to visit all of them, and I know that there were 4 that we did not go and visit.
Did you go to one on South Ealing Road? Opposite Ealing Studios?
Yes.
Did you? When did you do this?
Oh, fair enough.
Was this like a mission, a bet, or a...
Yeah, we came up with it as an idea because we knew that there were a lot of them, and we thought it would be good to visit all of them.
In a period of time?
Yeah, over a week.
So how do you know?
A week?
How many are there?
Wow.
There's about 46.
You went
visited
to 42.
about 42 of
You
them.
visited 42 Red Lions with Steve in 1 week?
Yeah.
How do you know Steve?
Through AA.
We went to school together.
Right.
So, David's team. Is Steve Hugh's caveman, Rufus's pub crawler, or Lee's camping friend?
Lee is definitely the least believable, I think. The others 2 are quite believable.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe Rufus at all. Rufus has got a bit of edge to him. Steve looks so sweet and presentable. I don't think he'd be in this weird Rufus world.
He does look sweet, does he? Looks like a little cub.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm believing Hugh.
I am too. I believe Hugh.
Am I even getting a look in here?
No. And obviously, if it turns out you're true, then super.
You're saying it's Hugh?
Hugh Bat Saviour.
OK. So, Steve, would you please reveal your true identity?
Well, I'm Steve. I'm Rufus's best friend. And together, we visited all of the pubs called the Red Lion inside of the M25, apart from 4.
Steve, everybody. And at the end of that round, David's team have 4 points, Lee's team have 2. Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but against the clock. And we start with... It's David.
Possession.
Ah, OK. Out with the box.
This is my bloody tent.
This is the...
I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. This is the cricket ball with which I bowled out Jeremy Clarkson at a charity cricket match.
There we are.
What sort of ball was it?
Can we see the ball?
A leg spin?
Don't give you multiple choice.
No, it was just sort of medium pace.
Go on.
Ready?
What are you expecting to see?
Well, there's a couple of things. Firstly, how long ago was this charity match?
It was 2 years ago, I think.
Because that...
What, are you checking the serial number?
No, I was looking to see how bashed around it was, where the splits were, if it looked like it had been hit.
I mean...
Don't eat it.
I'll tell
Can you show us your bowling action, David?
Yes, all right.
Start with a good catch.
Watch out, Miranda.
Whoa! Can I just point out the inadvertent sexism that just happened? Basically, a girl caught something, and before any of you had a chance to think whether that might be patronising, you went...
Let's see the action, then. Let's see the
my bowling action.
Don't throw the ball, obviously.
No. I would bowl it, wouldn't I? But no, I won't let go. It's like that.
Oh, seems to have the action.
What score was he on when you bowled him?
I think about 12.
And did he run between them or just jump in his jag?
Which other popular celebrities were there?
Nicholas Parsons was there.
You've got a whole team. You've got quite a lot to go still.
And I think that was... It wasn't... everyone wasn't a celebrity.
So people were buying tickets to watch this game, and it was going towards charity?
Yeah.
Why were you there?
And the draw was Jeremy Clarkson, David Mitchell and Nicholas Parsons, 20 quid a ticket, yeah? That must have been a pretty golden ticket to get
So what are you going to say, Lee? Is he telling the truth or not?
Well...
I really don't think he is.
You don't think he is?
No, because it doesn't appear to be a ball that was used for that purpose.
Oh, what do you think, Hugh?
I think it might be true, actually. I think there's enough truth there...
You think it's a lie, you think it's true? I think it's a lie.
You say it's a lie. David, were you telling the truth or was it a lie?
It is a lie.
That was a lie. Yes, David did not bowl out Jeremy Clarkson at a charity cricket match. Of course it's a lie. I mean, given the chance to hurl a cricket ball towards Jeremy Clarkson, who among us could honestly say they'd aim at the stumps? It's Lee.
Looking forward to this.
I trained for last year's Paris Marathon, but pulled out when a doctor advised me that one of my legs is shorter than the other.
Daisy, what do you think?
Why did you train for the Paris Marathon?
Because I couldn't get into the London Marathon.
Why?
One leg short than the other.
Because it was full.
What time of year is the Paris Marathon?
About April.
About April. About the same time as the London Marathon, then?
Lee,
are they on the same day?
Yeah.
Do they clash? How embarrassing.
So what do you mean the London Marathon was full? It was a man dressed as a pig.
It doesn't mean he's a man who's dressed as a pig that hasn't applied early.
Yeah. They weren't going. We can't get enough people to fill this. Go up to the fields and try and rope some pigs into it.
Hello, pig. Yeah, well, we'll send one down. No problem.
What made you go to the doctor? Did you have an injury? Did you feel pain?
I did. I felt pain during the training and I said...
Where was the pain?
In my leg.
Is it not possible for people who have uneven legs to get shoes that compensate for that?
That's right. He said that. He gave me that.
Right.
He gave me
why
the thing.
wasn't that fine, then?
When your leg's different, your whole body adjusts to make up for it. And it was so different.
It would have to be like a stiletto and a trainer.
He said, I'll give you the thing to put in your shoe, which will help you do some regular exercise, but your marathon days are over.
OK, so, David, what are you going to say? Do you think he's telling the truth?
Lie.
Why?
Oh, I believe it.
Thank you, Miranda.
So, truth from Miranda, lie from David.
I think it could be true, but I think if he'd really wanted to do it, you could have done it.
All right, I'll rephrase it, OK? I trained for last year's Paris Marathon but pulled out when a doctor advised me that one of my legs is shorter than the other. He did say, well, actually, if you really tried hard, you could probably do it, but I'm a lazy bastard.
So
we're saying lie.
Your team says lie. OK. Lee, are you telling the truth or are you telling us a lie?
It is, in fact, true.
Told you!
Yes, it's true. Lee did train for last year's Paris Marathon, but pulled out when a doctor advised him that one of his legs is shorter than the other. Actually, I have completely the opposite problem. One of my legs is longer than the other. Oh, and that noise signals time is up, and it's the end of the show, and I can tell you that in a very narrow victory, Lee's team have triumphed by 5 points to 4.
Wow.
But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week is Hugh Fernley-Whittingstall.
Thank
you. Yes, Hugh Fernley-Whittingstall, who hasn't served up such a variety of porky pies since his last TV show. Goodbye. Welcome along to Would I Lie to You, the show that rewards the very best liars. On David Mitchell's team tonight, a legendary comedian who manages to be one of the biggest stars in showbiz and one of the smallest. It's Ronnie Corbett!
Thank
you. And a comedian from Newcastle, so she won't have seen anything like this before. Men wearing jackets. It's Sarah Millican. And on Lee Mack's team, a comedian who's always on the lookout for a double entendre, so I'm going to bend over backwards not to give him one. It's Julian Clary. And a comedian from Guildford in leafy Surrey, although she was brought up in the rough part of town where the Waitrose didn't have its own deli counter. It's Holly Walsh. So let's begin with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they'll be faced with, and it's up to the opposing team to sort the truth from the lies. And Julian Clary is first up. Julian.
In my garden, I have a life-size statue of myself astride a unicorn.
Seems reasonable enough, David.
Where do you get one? I mean,
it was
I
a
want
prop
one.
from a show. A prop from a show I did. It's not made of stone. It's made from polystyrene or something, but it's been painted. It's a bit weather-worn now.
And what was the show?
It was it was a New Year's Eve thing for Channel 4. Hello 1993 or something.
Well, why did Hello 1993 need a statue of you on a unicorn?
Well, it was the 90s.
You touch it up every now and again, every spring, give it a repaint, or...
I have a man for that sort of thing.
Oh, right.
You don't have to touch up its horn yourself?
No.
Did you ask for the unicorn, or was that forced on you?
Well, it was part of the set. You know, like you have these sort of bumper car things for this set.
Yes, I see that.
When this comes to an end, you may want to take one of those home. Same.
I'd like to have this in my house, and I'd like to address my wife from it every night. On to round 3, foreplay, and if you get through that, who knows what might happen. So it's in the garden. Is it part of a water feature? Is it on a lawn?
It's on a plinth. on a, a few bricks.
A few bricks.
Which is it? A plinth or a few bricks? Because when cars have had their wheels taken, they don't say, "Oh, look, that car's on a plinth."
Well, I call it a plinth.
How nice.
What do you think then, David?
Yes, what do you think, Ronnie?
I think it might be a lie.
Really?
Would it be in the garden for this long, I asked myself.
Well, it could... I mean, it could be in a bit of a state.
Seriously dilapidated.
Yeah. A sort of a decaying image of yourself on you. That'd be quite a reminder of your own mortality on top of a mythical beast.
I have a similar thing in my house. It's called a mirror. So what are you going to say, David?
I think it's true. I thought it was true from the first time we said it. I didn't need any backup.
You think it's a lie?
I think it's true.
I think it's a lie.
Well, I think on balance, I think it's true.
OK, David's saying it's true. Julian, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
It was a lie.
Yes, it's a lie. Julian doesn't have a life-size statue of himself astride a unicorn in his garden. The traditional method for hunting a unicorn is for a fair maiden to sit alone upon the grass, and after a time the unicorn will approach. This is also the traditional method for catching flashers. Ronnie Corbett, you're next.
Right. I once undertook a self-help course entitled How to Become Taller.
Very hurtful, that laughter, I thought, Ronnie. Very hurtful.
Was it a step-by-step guide?
It no, it was a little routine I had to perform every morning against the wall, stretching up, and with a pin in the wall.
Oh, it was literally taller, not just to make you feel
Oh, no, to
confident.
really make me
This is
taller.
going to make you taller.
I'm talking about the real business, making me taller. And saying every day and in every way, I'm getting taller and taller.
Can I ask you a question? Did you keep the receipt?
Was this done once you were of maturity, or was it when you were an adolescent and still possibly might grow?
I was about sort of 14 or 15.
Oh,
yes,
right.
And it was bought by my aunt,
right,
who was perhaps more worried about my size than I was.
Yeah.
And so she subscribed to it.
How tall were you at 14?
A little bit taller than I am now, actually.
This is a great book you bought, isn't it?
But surely at 15 you can still have a growth spurt. Like, Julian, you're pretty tall. Like, how old were you when you reached the height you are now?
Well, I shot up when I was 15.
Were you doing this yourself?
Slow.
Were you older than 15 when you were...
I was about 18, I suppose.
So to worry about your nephew not being tall at 14 or 15, that's quite premature to get concerned about someone's height.
But boys do usually shoot up at about 14 or 15, don't they?
I never shot up. My parents kept telling me about my cousin Gethin, who he shot up when he was 22, he got ages yet. And
yes.
it was I peaked at a very disappointing 5'7", which is...
I can't believe in front of Ronnie you're saying a very disappointing...
I was about to say...
His feelings!
I know. It's so upsetting. That's even more upsetting. When did you get out of short trousers into long trousers?
What time is it now? So what do you think? Is Ronnie telling the truth?
In the context of, what was that, the 40s, when you were a teenager?
The 1944, 42,
yeah.
Right. 41, 42.
Sort of
I
thing
don't
people
think
might
people
have
have money
believed.
to spend on self-help books. During the war, they're not going to spend time worrying about how tall people are.
Well, you'd think that'd be the time
exactly when you worry about we need to be taller than the enemy.
Having said that, it would have been annoying if they'd have made you grow an extra 6 inches, sent you in the war, got in the trench, and your head was sticking out of the top. That would have been very annoying, wouldn't it?
You've got to get a grip here, Lee, and make a decision.
I think we should go for... You're saying truth. Holly, how sure are you?
I'm definitely sure you're not... That's not true. I'm sure. I don't know.
You've answered the question, sweetheart. I'll go with Julian.
OK, you're saying it's true. So, Ronnie Corbett, is it the truth, or were you telling a lie?
It is the truth.
true. Ronnie did once undertake a self-help course entitled How to Become Taller. Of course, lacking height is no obstacle to success. I can think of loads of short people who've become household names. There's Ronnie, of course, and then there's Sleepy, Grumpy, Happy, Dozy, Sneezy, Ant and Deck. Sarah, you're next.
I once spent an entire day on the Asda shuttle bus just to have a day out.
Lee, what do you think?
How long did you spend on the Asda shuttle bus?
3 hours.
Is that a day out?
Well, yeah, I slept late.
So you spent 3 hours on the Asda shuttle bus, on your own?
Yes. Well, no, there was other passengers, but I wasn't with anybody else.
You were...
All life is there on the Asda shuttle bus.
Well, no,
you just sit there and watch the world
No, it's
get
not
on with their shopping.
It's not all like... But you wouldn't be on it, would you?
No, I don't.
Sarah, Ronnie.
Oh, sorry.
I think Ronnie wouldn't be on it before David wouldn't be on it.
Oh, no, God.
Oh, no.
Can I just say, I'd be on it. Happily.
You'd be driving it.
I'd be. You should be on the Asda shuttle bus because you're quite small and every little helps.
That's Tesco.
Tesco, yes.
I like those adverts for Sainsbury's. There's that guy with a really great voice who says, Sainsbury's, try something new today.
I'm the voice of Scottish laminate flooring.
Does all your flooring have to be laminated?
Oh, no, I don't approve of it myself.
Which branch were you going to?
It was the Bolden Asda.
The what?
Bolden. We went from Asda all around all the estates locally.
In Bolden?
Yes.
Is that in Newcastle?
No, it's in South Tyneside.
That sounded like Newcastle to me.
That's because you're racist.
Did you get on the bus thinking you were going to go shopping and then thought, this is fun, I'll stay on it? Or did you plan to get on the bus as a jaunt?
I got on because I thought it would take me home, but it didn't go anywhere near my house, so I just stayed on. And then got back off at Asda.
And you
so
were on...
it wasn't
Oh, so you got on thinking it would take you home.
Yes.
It does one full revolution back at Asda, and you think, I'll try again, it might stop at my house this time. You never know. The second time round, he might just go via my house.
But there must be quite a lot of old people who do that to keep warm and for something to do. I mean, like, how long did you...
I'm 34, love.
All right, so what are you thinking, Lee? Which way are you leaning?
Julian.
I've no idea on this one. I've changed my mind. I think it's true now.
What made you change your mind?
The story of her trying to get home, that part of it.
See, that was the bit that made me think she wasn't turned to it, because...
Oh, we're so different.
I know. Hey, you say that. That'd be a great name for a double act for me and you. Chalk and cheese. Hello, I'm Chalk and this is cheese.
I'll phone my agent.
Oh, I don't know. Holly?
I think it's true.
Do you think it's true?
So what are you going to say, Lee?
Oh, go on then. I will say it's true.
You're saying it's true. OK. Sarah, truth or lie?
It is true.
All right, yes, it's true. Sarah did once spend an entire day on the Asda shuttle bus just to have a day out. There's always one slightly strange person on those buses, you know, that everyone's a bit afraid of. And in this case, it was Sarah. So, at the end of that round, David's team are trailing by 4 points to 0. Our next round is called This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. Now, this week, each of David's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to Lee's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Paul. Welcome, Paul. So first off, Ronnie, what is Paul to you?
This is Paul. Paul, I found one morning, bound and gagged in a bunker on the golf course next to our house.
David, would you tell us how you know Paul?
This is my driver, Paul, and he refuses to drink pints because his hands are so small.
And finally, Sarah, your relationship with Paul.
This is my news agent, Paul, and he once asked me to watch the shop for 10 minutes, and by the time he came back, I'd broken a window and there was a little boy had his head stuck in a crisp box.
Right, there we are. Ronnie's gagged golfer, David's small-handed driver, or Sarah's unfortunate newsagent. Lee, where would you like to start?
Ronnie.
Yeah.
This bunker.
Yes.
What were you doing? This is early in the morning.
Very early in the morning, because I go out very early in the morning, about maybe 7:15, 7:20.
On the golf course?
On the golf course.
In case anyone wants to use you as a tee.
It is upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Mind you, I shouldn't worry, because the other day I walked out in my big golfing flat hat and the greenkeeper rushed out and says, "These bloody mushrooms are early this year." Well, thank you.
So you saw him on the... You saw him...
To be truthful, the two dogs, they went into the bunker. I thought, well, they're sniffing about that. And I went over there, and there Paul was, bound and gagged, in the sand, in the bunker.
And then what happened?
Well, then he was coming round, because I think he'd had a bit of a night the night before, so I tapped him on the cheeks gently like that, and when I was tapping the cheeks and I'd undone the stringy thing and string around your ankles, you were really relieved, came round, didn't you? And I took you back home to Anne for a cup of tea, a cup of bit of toast, and the dogs were very pleased to have found him. He'd been there all night.
What was this? Was this some sort of prank? I mean, was it a stag do or something?
Well, I didn't want to be too nosy about it. I wanted to look after him, get on the phone to his friend, have them collected and off the bloody premises.
Has he kept in touch?
We have, really, haven't we? Because we found that your wife was quite friendly with one of my daughters, I think. I remember we haven't seen enough of each other, actually.
Who else would you like to question?
OK, David.
Yes, when you say he's he's your driver, I mean, he's picked you up on occasions.
He was the driver on several series of Peep Show.
So you're a professional chauffeur, are you?
He's not allowed to answer, Julie.
He's a professional driver, yes.
Have you ever picked me up?
He's not allowed to answer.
Are we allowed to see your hands?
Yeah, you can hold your hands out.
Oh.
Oh, you could hold a pint of lager. What nonsense.
What's wrong with those?
I've got tiny hands.
Have you?
Yeah, probably smaller
You're my
than
kind of lady.
God! David, tell us about the whole business with the pints, then.
What Paul told me is that he always chooses to drink bottled beer because when he holds a pint...
Wait, this isn't at the wheel, is it? This is...
No, but on a night out, he chooses to drink bottled beer rather than pints because he gets laughed at for holding a pint glass because he sort of has to use two hands.
You weren't that small. Are you sure they're not serving it in buckets?
Maybe there's some course you could go on to make your hands bigger.
Should speak to Ronnie about that. Now, what about Sarah, Lee?
OK, so how old were you?
It was only a couple of months ago.
Are you a regular in his shop?
Yeah, buy a lot of chocolate.
And what happened while you were in charge?
Well, you know, I was trying to shut one of the windows because it was quite cold, and you had like quite high ceilings. You know those sticks that have got the hook on the end that you can shut a window, and it sort of went through the window.
What's the shop called?
Paul's.
It's called Paul's, is it?
Yeah.
Just Paul's?
Yeah.
Not Paul's shop?
No. Well,
Paul's.
it's obviously a shop.
To be fair, Marks and Spencer's...
What about this boy who got his head stuck
I forgot about
in a box of crisps?
Well,
How did that come about?
It was at the end of the school time, sort of 4 o'clock, and there was a rush of little kids, and one of them just wanted to get himself some crisps out the box, and it was the last one, and he got his head stuck in because he sort of went in.
The cardboard boxes with all the crisps in the
with
hole?
the hole. Yeah, he couldn't quite reach, so he went
put
in
his head in
first.
And it was stuck?
Yeah.
And you couldn't think of any way to unstick him?
Well, I don't really do kids.
The crisp box thing doesn't ring true. They're not that big, are they? You have to put your head in.
If it was a little boy, you know, he hasn't got a head, no offence, the size of yours.
His arms are of reasonable length, presumably.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We need a guess from you, Lee. Is Paul Ronnie's bunker buddy, David's tiny-handed driver, or Sarah's unfortunate newsagent?
He does look like a driver.
Can I have a look at the back of your head? Can you turn around to the back of your head? Yeah. Do you recognise the back of his head, Julian? He's a driver. I mean, he's a driver.
But I don't believe he's a northern shopkeeper because his shirt is too nicely ironed.
See, this is the dilemma now. The dilemma is...
You're saying there's no chance of it being
It's
Ronnie's...
unlikely, but I'm not saying it's definite, right? I want that to be true more than any other story I've ever heard in my life. Because that's what I want to see Ronnie doing in the big chair next time. You're not going to believe it. I can't do the voice. All right, I can't do the voice. And if I could, I wouldn't keep doing it.
Ronnie, can you do an impression of Rob?
No.
I've never felt the need to do an impression of Rob. No.
Do you want the glasses?
I love the glasses, yes. There we are. How about it? There we are. Oh, my word. Goodness me. And in a packed programme tonight. Good Lord, you get vertigo in those.
Oh, God. Nobody without these, you know. God.
So, what are you going to go for?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's the driver.
You think it's David's driver? Holly?
Yeah, I think it's David's driver.
I think it might be Sarah because she looks like the kind of person that could break a window and almost kill a small boy in 10 minutes. I'm going to overrule my team and say it's Sarah.
Oh, bold.
OK, you're saying that it's Sarah and the newsagent. OK. Paul, would you please reveal your true identity?
I'm Paul, I'm David's driver, and I don't think time to put the answer small.
Yes, well, if ever there was a harsher warning of the dangers of a fascist state, I'd like to see it. Thank you very much, Paul. So, at the end of that round, David's team have 2 points and Lee's team have 4. Which brings us to our final round, quickfire lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth but also against the clock. Again, they don't know whether they're about to read out a true fact about themselves or a made-up lie that they've never seen before. David's team are currently behind, so they need to catch up. And we will start with... it's David.
As a child, I used to play board games against a bucket with a face painted on it. I called this bucket Stephen Tatlock.
Wow, what games did you play?
Monopoly. I played a game called Diplomacy. And...
Even then, you were thinking of becoming a politician.
Yeah. Even then. I'm not a politician.
Why Stephen Tatlock?
Well, it was basically named after a friend of mine. Who was...
Why did you play with Stephen Tatlock? He had no hands.
Stephen Tatlock wasn't always there. But after I painted the face on the bucket, he was.
Did he paint the face on the bucket?
I think my dad painted the face.
Your dad was involved in this sad story? You've decided you haven't got any friends, but lucky day for you is this is Stephen Tatlock.
What can I say? My father saw me talking to a bucket and decided to accept that side of my nature.
Did your father invent Henry Hoovers afterwards?
And this is your girlfriend.
So if you were playing Monopoly, you'd have your go, and then you'd run round and pretend to be Stephen, would you?
I wouldn't pretend to be Stephen, but I found I had to roll for Stephen. And Stephen would need help moving his...
Did Stephen ever win?
Yes.
What do you think, Lee? Is he telling the truth?
What do you think?
I don't know many people who have an imaginary friend with a surname.
He's one of the few. Did you call him Stephen Tatlock or Stephen? Did you say, it's your turn, Stephen Tatlock? You must do it quickly, or otherwise you'll go the way of the other buckets.
Usually I'd call him Stephen.
Oh, you were quite friendly then.
Yeah.
Did Stephen Tatlock know there was an imposter?
Imposter?
I call it the imposter.
No, I never mentioned Stephen Tatlock to Stephen Tatlock.
Did you ever mention the real Stephen Tatlock to the bucket?
I think probably not. No, I think that would have been...
They were blissfully unaware of each other's presence.
Sort of been playing with levels of reality. I don't want you to think that I felt I was in any way being unfaithful to the real Stephen.
Oh, yeah. I'm not picturing this as some sort of romantic film. I can't imagine the real Stephen Tatlock walking in on the game and you go, Stephen! Stephen!
So what do you think then, Lee? Time for a guess. Truth or lie?
I think it's true.
You think it's true?
Don't know why.
Well, look at David. We know why. What do you think, Holly?
I think... I don't think it's true.
I might ask my friend, Boris Dickey. What do you think, Boris Dickey? Boris Dickey says no. It's a lie.
So you're saying it's a lie?
Yes.
You and Boris say it's a lie. OK,
Boris
David.
Dickey!
Boris Dickey. David, truth or lie?
It is, in fact, a lie.
Yes, it was a lie. When David was a child, he didn't play board games against a bucket that he called Stephen Tatlock. Next. It's Ronnie.
Oh, my goodness me. So glad I've been asked. There we are. Last week, I actually had to go into a shop and buy 4 candles.
Right. Can I just check, Ronnie? When you say 4 candles, did you mean 4 candles or fork handles? You can have that one if you like. So
I went in to buy 4 candles.
Which one, though? 4 candles or fork handles?
4 candles.
Not 4 candles.
No, 4 candles.
Do you mean handles? Do you mean...
So that would be confusing, wouldn't it?
Can I just say, can you please let me have my childhood dream? Can I please say to Ronnie Corbett, do you mean handles for forks?
No, 4 candles.
So candles that you light?
4 candles, yes.
Where was this?
Sort of Addiscombe Road. Do you know where Addiscombe Road is?
Well, give me a clue. Tell me the town.
Well, it's London.
Oh, London town.
London. And it's a hardware shop, and it was, you know...
So you went in and you said, can I have 4 candles?
Yes.
What did the man say to you?
He came back with 4 candles.
Now, this is when it gets interesting. When he came back with the 4 candles, were they 4 candles or were they handles for forks?
There were 4 candles.
Lee, is it truth or is it a lie? Tell me now.
Oh, it's just... I want this to be true more than anything I've ever heard in my life. What do you think, Julian?
Well, it's a legend, so it must be true.
Do you think it's true? Holly?
I think it's true. I want it to be true.
I want it to be true.
Ronnie, is it the truth or were you telling a lie?
Well, I wanted it to be true, but I'm afraid it's...
Oh, it was a lie. Yes, last week, Ronnie didn't have to go into a shop and buy 4 candles.
When you say 4 candles...
It's a lie, although Ronnie does love shopping. As if he's good, he gets to ride in the trolley. And And that buzzer signals time is up, and it's the end of the show, and I can reveal that, good Lord, Lee has romped home to victory by 8 points to 4.
Well done, team.
But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week this week is Ronnie Corbett.
Thank you very much.
Yes, he's won BAFTAs and Royal Television Society awards, but I think being named Liar of the Week by me, Rob Brydon, will surely be regarded as the pinnacle of his success. Good night. To you, the show that celebrates the art of lying. On Lee Mack's team tonight, it's the strong-willed feminine one from Dragon's Den. No, not Peter Jones, it's Deborah Meaden. And the thinking woman stand-up, as long as that woman is thinking he looks like he needs a decent meal. It's Mark Watson. And on David Mitchell's team, the most famous man to come out of Ireland other than Bob Geldof. Bono, Liam Neeson, Spike Milligan, Pierce Brosnan, Terry Wogan, Jack Charlton, and that little fella with the long beard and the big hat. It's Patrick Kilty! And underground, overground, wombling free. We did offer him a car, but he insisted on making his own way. It's Bernard Cribbins! Well, we'll start, of course, with round one, Home Truths, where our panellists each read out a statement from the card in front of them. To make things harder, they've never seen the card before, so they've got no idea what they'll be faced with. It's up to the opposing team to sift the fact from the fiction, and Patrick Kilty is up first. Patrick, please reveal all.
I once punched Muhammad Ali in the face.
Blimey, O'Reilly. What, when?
I would say, early 2004-ish.
You punched Muhammad Ali?
Right in the chops.
Why?
We were in a hotel room together, and I was asked to come and meet him in his room.
You were asked to come and... Why the hell were you asked to come and meet Muhammad Ali?
Muhammad wanted to meet me. His wife was there and his manager, and I asked for a picture. Muhammad mumbled something like this. And...
That's good mumble.
What do you think?
Yeah. Like the mumble in the jungle.
So he said, come on, and I thought he was putting his fists up like that. And I said, what did you say? And his wife said he wants you to punch for the picture.
So you did? How hard did you punch him?
Well, the thing was...
show us on David.
No.
David, this is never going to be said to you again in showbiz world. Yeah. Just for a minute, pretend you're Muhammad Ali.
I thought he was going to lean back for...
Yeah.
And he leant in, and I went like that. And
dear.
I caught him right in the nose.
No.
And there's a little bit of blood.
Blood?
No. Yeah, no, there was...
And so what happened then? Did he ask for a rematch?
I didn't hang around long enough.
And where was the hotel?
Yeah, whereabouts was the hotel?
It was in Dublin.
Have you ever fought with anyone before? You just look like you
kind of...
He looks a bit useful, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did. You look like him.
The pretend punch on David was horrifyingly realistic, in fact, yeah.
That was all in my reaction, actually. When you've done as much stage fighting as I have, you realise...
What you mean is if you've been hit as much as I have, you know...
I had to call it theatre. It was really the only way of getting through school.
Right, Lee, it's a fanciful tale.
I don't know.
Does it smack of truth for you?
Deborah?
I think it's a lie.
It's the bit when...
It's the blood trickling.
It's the blood trick. It was the detail of the blood.
It's either a brilliant lie or no, it's probably just a lie.
OK, my team say lie, I say lie.
It's a lie. OK. Patrick Kilty, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
Truth.
Explain the bit where Muhammad Ali flies in and he asks, I mean, with the greatest respect in the world. If you said, I'd love to see that Bono guy. Get Bono down. Get him down now. I'm doing Muhammad Ali. Why the hell would he want to see the guy from Celebrity Love Island? I don't get it.
We did a gig together in Dublin, a sports event, and so I introduced him on stage, and the next day he wanted to see me.
Incredible. Yes, it's true. Patrick did once punch Muhammad Ali in the face. And just 9 short months later, Patrick regained consciousness. Deborah Meaden, you're up next.
Bit pointless putting them on, wasn't it?
I recently had my house exorcised after several weird occurrences spooked me.
Exorcised? But who by? By
a priest.
A priest of what church?
Oh, I don't know. There was... I was put onto him by somebody else who'd had the same or similar problem.
Internet Church of Dodgy.
The internet. Yeah.
What happened that made you want an exorcist? Was it ectoplasm or poltergeist or what?
No, that things were moving around the house. Furniture was moving. I'd go to bed and get up in the morning and furniture would be moved and...
So what procedure did the man who came to exorcise... Was it a man that came to...
It was.
How was he dressed?
I don't know the exact... He was dressed in black and a dog collar and...
So kinky.
No, I don't know exactly what he did because we had to leave the house. We spent a bit of time in the house and then we had to leave the house.
Can I ask you what they charged?
He didn't charge anything.
Really?
No.
It's a good job, because if you couldn't afford to pay the bill, they'd come back and repossess your house.
You know,
I'm not going to lie, I'm taking tomorrow off.
I don't know whether I enjoyed the joke more or your look of pride.
Once the priest had performed this exorcism, Deborah, was there a difference? Did it work?
It felt instantly different, yeah.
And things stopped moving?
Things stopped moving.
As the ghost left the house, did it just turn around and go, I'm out?
So do you believe in ghosts, then?
Well, I didn't, to be honest, I didn't. And I wasn't sure it was going to work. But there was definitely something going on in our house.
Worth giving it a try.
Worth giving it a try.
I would remind you that Bernard has travelled in the TARDIS, so if anybody here has knowledge of odd things going on... I mean, he's literally travelled through time and relative dimensions in space.
And by literally, you, of course, mean fictionally.
You have to spoil it, don't you? You're telling me next the Wombles were made up as well. They were wonderful, the Wombles. What are those guys doing now? You never see them in anything else.
They're moving furniture now, the Wombles.
Are they? Maybe it was Wombles. Maybe it was. David, what are you going to say?
What do you think, Bernard?
I actually believe in that sort of moving things about, so I'm not quite sure.
Patrick?
It's true.
So what are you saying, David?
Well, you think it's true? True, yeah. And you think it's true?
Yeah.
I think it's true. I think it's true.
We're going to say the team is united in truth. OK. Yes. Deborah Meaden, were you telling the truth or were you telling a lie?
A lie.
Yes. Deborah has not had her house exorcised after several weird occurrences. Mark Watson, you're next.
When I was 6 years old, I wrote a will after losing a game of Connect 4 to my dad.
Sounds plausible enough, David.
You wrote a will?
Yes, yes.
What was...
Was it on a proper will form, or did you...
I didn't engage a lawyer, no.
You didn't?
It was just on that stripy paper you get at school.
Oh, the stripy paper,
And
yes,
what possessions did you leave?
Well, all I really had was the Connect 4 set. And I left it to my dad as a deliberate act of spite because he'd beaten me. I mean, he'd beaten me at Connect 4, that is.
Can you remember how you phrased it in this will?
So I think I began it, but, you know, because I've been beaten at Connect 4, there's no point in living anymore.
I hereby leave my only cherished possession.
I maybe had about sort of £10 or something. There were a couple of other things, I think, in the will, but there wasn't much to it.
So what was it about this particular game of Connect 4? Were you used to beating your father at Connect 4?
Well, I don't want to go into details because it brings back unhappy memories, and also people at home might not know the game, but without wanting to be too technical, he connected 4, and I sort of... it was quite a built-up tournament, you see. It was a sort of best of 7 again. My dad called it the Watson Cup. I grew up in quite a competitive family. Yeah. And when I lost, it was just too much to take, really. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
So you lose at Connect 4, you throw a bit of a tantrum.
Oh. Well, you call it a bit of a tantrum. I lost 4-3 from 3-1 up.
Yeah, but presumably you storm upstairs to your room.
Yep.
You take out a fresh sheet of paper.
Yep.
You write the bitter will.
Yes.
What do you do then?
I thought that my parents would panic, think I was dead, become guilty, and my dad
Why would they think you'd stormed upstairs to your bedroom? Why would they assume you were dead?
Oh, sorry, no, I went downstairs and left it where I knew they would see it, yes.
And then
at the
you went
time,
back upstairs?
They were watching Wogan, so they were distracted.
Oh, right.
I think it was Wogan.
Young Mark Watson there, and he's about to take his own life, don't you know? First, Chris Rea, The Road to Hell. As you were.
Uncanny.
How did your mum and dad react?
My dad saw through it pretty quickly. He came up the stairs, knocked on the door. I said yes, and he said, thought not.
All right, David, what do you think?
I believe this.
You believe it?
Yes. Do you believe it?
I believe it too.
I believe it too. He's a very sensitive child. You can tell that even now.
Yes.
So, David, you basically are saying you think it's true.
We'll say it's true.
We believe him.
Yeah.
Mark Watson, truth or lie?
It was
true. Yes. Well, yes, it was true. When Mark was 6 years old, he wrote a will after losing a game of Connect 4 to his dad. Bernard Cribbins, you're next.
Right. I once sold my wife's car, but told her it was stolen.
Lee, what do you think?
When was this?
It was about 6 years ago.
Well, quite recently.
Oh, recently, yes.
It's not like in the early days when you were hard up for cash.
No. I was in a bit of strife with some gambling debts, and I could only do it by stealing the car and flogging it. I got three.
Sorry, the studio for Jeremy Kyle's just next door.
I think I got $3.5 for it.
And how did you explain it to your wife?
I told her it was stolen. I said it was outside, love. I don't know what's happened. Where's your car?
You said bloody wombles. I'll take anything.
Does your wife know now?
No.
So she will now when she watches this show.
She won't watch. I won't let her watch this.
Why, have you told the telly?
No.
Where's the telly?
Stolen glasses. I shall make sure when this is transmitted that we're out of the house. Right, definitely, yes.
The way you're going with your gambling, you might not have a house.
I don't gamble anymore, you see. I mean, that taught me a lesson. That was it. Off. Finished, yeah.
But we're trying to decide whether the esteemed actor and voiceover artist Bernard Cribbins is actually a gambler, a liar and a borderline crook, essentially.
Yeah.
It is not illegal to lie to your wife.
No.
What are you going to say, Lee? Is Bernard Cribbins telling the truth with this bizarre tale of his wife and the car?
OK, what are we saying?
A lie.
I think it's a lie.
A lie. And what you say, Mark?
Yeah, I think it's a lie, because the alternative is that Cribbins has got a very dark past.
We need it to be a lie, Bernard.
So, Bernard, truth or lie?
I am telling...
It was a lie. Yes. Bernard did not sell his wife's car and then tell her it was stolen. Bernard and his wife have developed an understanding over the years. He doesn't sell her cars, and she doesn't mention Carry On Columbus. So at the end of that round, we're even Stevens. It's 2 points apiece. And so to our next round, This Is My, where we bring on a mystery guest who has a close connection to one of our panellists. This week, each of Lee's team will claim it's them that has the genuine connection to the guest, and it's up to David's team to spot who's telling the truth. So please welcome this week's special guest, Molly. Welcome, Molly. So, first of all, Deborah, perhaps you could tell us how you know Molly.
Well, this is Molly. She came into Dragon's Den. She was so nervous that she left after 20 minutes without saying a single word.
Right, OK. Mark, what is Molly to you?
This is my friend Molly. She starred in a murder mystery play which I wrote and directed at school.
All right, and Lee, what about you?
This is Molly. She's teaching me to ice skate because I'm going to be a best man at a wedding on ice.
There we have it.
David, over to you.
Right. Well, Deborah, what was Molly coming into... What was her business?
It was sort of eye shades for, well, sunglasses for dogs in summary. And she brought the dog in and it took 10 minutes to settle the dog down, and then I think maybe Molly got a bit nervous and...
So she came up with the dog. The dog's not wearing the sunglasses.
I'm simplifying it. It wasn't just sunglasses. They were kind of shades for the... They were slatted, shady things for the eyes.
So the dog was wearing Venetian blinds.
Venetian blinds.
So they can go like that, so that you can turn a handle and blind the dog.
And did she get any money at all?
She didn't say a word.
So...
She didn't say a word. She went straight back downstairs, well, after 20 minutes.
And you've kept in contact ever since?
Not at all, but we did meet afterwards because she was so nervous and she just felt she'd failed her...
Well, I mean, she's right. She had, hadn't she? She'd come up with a daft idea and then totally failed to express it.
What sort of a dog?
You'd be a very good dragon, David.
Right. What sort of a dog was it?
Labrador Retriever.
Labrador, that's great. How'd you have a Labrador with dark glasses on? Someone the blind leading the blinds.
So, Mark, was Molly at school with you?
Yes, she was, yeah.
She was at and so you wrote the school play, which was vaguely about a murder, and you cast her in it.
I both wrote and cast the play, yeah.
And so what was the plot of the...
Well, it was probably a lot of nonsense, but there was... Molly...
We'll be the judge of that.
Molly played, I think, the wife of a rich man who was murdered, and it was all a bit silly, you know, the way school plays are. It's a while ago, so I can't remember.
I love the fact that you remember every single detail of a game of Connect 4 when you were 6, but 10 years later...
Yeah. Theatre comes and goes, but Connect 4 stays with you.
What was it called? Do you remember the title?
The title of the play.
Of the play?
No,
yes.
Any title. Just have any title. Work your way from titles of things you know
I think
that'll give you time to make up the title of this play.
All right, it was called Arsenic and Old Mice, which was a play on the play Arsenic and Old Lace.
Lee, where are you learning to ice skate? Tell me.
I'm learning to ice skate at Alexandra Palace.
Right. And how far have you got with it?
Well, I actually...
I mean, can you stand on one leg and do all that stuff yet?
Oh, yeah, but not on the ice rink.
No.
Alexandra Palace?
Yeah. Yes.
So, is that the nearest ice rink to where you live?
It's not... Well, I don't know if it's the nearest one, but it's the one where...
Well, I'll tell you, no, it isn't.
OK, it isn't. But when my friend, who said we're having this ice skating-themed wedding and we're all training every week for the little moves, I didn't say, is there any chance you come to me? Because the day's all about me. My friends are into ice skating. So
really?
Yeah.
Oh, what an appropriate thing for their wedding.
They're actually going to do a routine, the man and wife.
Right.
They're doing a routine on the ice, because they're ice
Fully
skating.
clothed, I hope.
Fully clothed, oh,
right,
yes.
Fine.
Yeah, I don't know which films you watch, Bernard, but naked ice skating isn't really big. So they're going to board it off, so you have an aisle of ice.
Aisle remaining of ice. The rest of the ice is sort of carpeted with seats on it.
I don't know. You're mixing me up with admin.
OK.
So, and what's your role in the
it's
wedding?
like this, I sort of tumble and then go like that.
So are you best man? Are you presenting the rate? Well,
I am that very man, yes. I'm the best man.
So, so what do you have to do? What's skating? What skating do you have to do? They've done their routine.
Right,
and then
okay.
you
Listen,
skating.
Just to be absolutely clear.
OK, so the vicar comes first.
Patrick, you're a guest. Just listen to me. And basically, they're going to do a big routine, and the bridesmaids are going to be part of the big routine. And the idiots like me that can't do much, we're just going to skate off on at the end like that. I'm just talking to the fat members of the family as I'm walking home.
How many lessons are you
I
having?
haven't finished the routine yet.
Sorry.
And then I get to the end like that. I've got the ring. I do one quick, I don't know what they call it, axel, down on the knee, present to groom. Like this. Right. And then the groom, don't patronise me. And everything's just themed, and it's going to be beautiful.
And then where's the reception happening?
That's happening at the ski slope in... the reception's at Alexandra Palace as well.
Right, we need an answer. So, David's team. Is Molly Mark's leading lady, Deborah's shy entrepreneur, or Lee's ice skating teacher? David.
Well, I think we're agreed that Lee's story is...
The truth, and that's the end of the round.
Too plausible. I think Mark would remember more about this play.
I think he's been very vague about this play on purpose.
Flanneling like mad.
Oh, you think you think it's true, but he's been deliberately vague?
Yeah, I think so. Does this woman look like someone that puts Venetian blinds on dogs?
Does any woman look like that, to be fair?
What do you think?
Deborah.
You think Deborah?
Yeah.
No.
You don't think that? You think Mark?
I think it's Mark.
Well, I think it's Deborah.
Do you know what? I'm starting to feel like the ugly one on Blind Date.
Well, I think I agree with Bernard. I think it's Deborah's former Dragon's Den contestant.
OK.
Yes.
Molly, would you please reveal your true identity?
I starred as the wife of Sir Leonard Onions in Mark's play Arsenic of my school when he was my house captain.
Yes, Molly starred in a murder mystery that Mark wrote and directed while at school. What sort of a director was he, Molly?
Masterful.
Really?
Yes, really.
That's the end of the round.
Molly, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. We will start with... it's David.
OK. As a child, I had a special way of communicating with Captain Kirk during Star Trek episodes.
True. On we go.
What do you reckon?
And that special way was?
I had two ways of communicating with Captain Kirk. One was with a little calculator that, when you it had a sort of leatherette case, and when you flipped it open, it was, to my child's eyes, uncannily identical to a Star Trek communicator of the old sort. We're talking pre-nipple punch.
You do this, David.
It's more sort of...
Yeah, no. It would open with... It would go... And then it would go... And you press the button, Kirk to win a prize, and it would go...
Oh, yes, that's the secondary noise.
Can I ask a question? Did you two ever have girlfriends?
Yeah.
No, I didn't, in all honesty. As a child, did you?
No.
No. It was a great noise, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very comforting.
It was, yeah.
That kept me company. Who needs people?
Exactly.
And what was the second way?
The second way was... I would sort of converse a bit with the characters on the screen while it was happening. Join in, slip in. Oh, that's good thoughts, Captain Kirk, etc. You know. Don't interrupt me, Spock. I'm talking.
Do you know the characters of the famous Star Trek?
Yeah.
There's
Uhuru, what is she called?
Uhuru.
Yeah.
Sulu. Chekhov.
Bones,
yes.
McCoy, actually, properly.
Rob, have you ever refereed anything before? You'd make a terrible referee at football. Why don't you try kicking it in the top like that?
Right, what are you going to say then, Lee? What do you think?
It's the bit that rings most true, actually, about all of this was when he went, I flipped it open. Because I remember those calculators. They used to have a little thing.
There's no doubt,
And did you do the old thing when it spells boobies when you turn it upside down? You didn't know what they were. OK, so...
Is David telling the truth, Lee? What do you reckon?
Right, OK. Do we believe David, as a small child, would be so lonely and sad that he would have to use his...
I'll stop you there. Yes,
OK.
yes, we do, yeah.
You're saying it's true?
We're saying it's true.
You sure? OK. David, is it true or is it a lie?
I prefer the word imaginative to lonely, but yes, it's true.
Yes, it's true. As a child, David did have a special way of communicating with Captain Kirk during Star Trek episodes. David particularly liked Leonard Nimoy. That odd life form obsessed with logic would tune in each week to watch Mr. Spock.
Oh, yes.
Next. Right, that's me. Possession. Right. Pick it up first. Steady. This is a prototype invention of mine that I'm hoping to release one day.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rob Brydon's World of Magic.
Teams, questions?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, it's a TV aerial for the bath, isn't it?
On first inspection, you'd think so. It's actually not.
Don't tell us. Let's guess what it is.
All right, try and guess what it is.
Can you demonstrate how you would use it and see if we can guess? Yeah, please do.
Can I come out?
Is
now a good time?
You did. He's cleaning something. Oh.
Oh,
Footprints. He's
painting.
cleaning
Painting.
footprints.
You're painting.
Oh, painted a dotted circle.
He's doing
I haven't finished.
Hang on, he's painted a circle or has he cleaned the circle?
He's patting children on the head.
Incidentally, I've just remembered something. This isn't a mime show. Tell us what you were doing.
It's a thing for kids. I got a lot of children, and it's an idea I came up with, and it's just a big kind of painting stick. It's just a silly painting stick. I'm very interested, actually, to know what you think, Deborah.
I think it's
£5 grand, that's all I need.
Oh, you just need £5 grand. Anybody? Anybody?
I think probably you.
You in particular.
Oh, me?
You're quite well known for being rich.
Quite seriously, all jokes
Do you know how you
aside...
get rich?
Deborah, stop talking to the idiot at the end.
Oh, sorry.
Talk to this idiot.
Yeah,
seriously?
Right.
Oh, don't buy into that.
What do you mean don't buy into it?
Don't buy into that?
No, not this. Buy into this. Don't buy into that.
You're being rubbish on Dragon's Den. See this? Don't buy into that.
Don't buy into this.
Deborah, what do you think? Seriously, what do you think?
Seriously, what do I think?
It wouldn't be wood, like this is a prototype. It would be a gaily coloured plastic, maybe with some kind of laminate cover on it with zigzag. Kids
Would it
love
be
zigzags.
nothing like that?
Well, it'd be quite a lot like this.
Can you imagine if you asked for a Nintendo Wii and Dad came home with that? There's not much you can do apart from do circles, though, is there?
Yes, plenty you can do.
That's a... You can do that with normal spoons.
With this invention, you can do this.
Yeah? Another... Oh, you mean another one of those circles you were telling us about?
But is it a circle, Lee?
Well, it's starting to become a circle, yeah.
You think it's a circle? Wait a minute.
It looks like it.
Oh, hello. Do you know what? I'm in. I am in.
What would you call it?
4 sponges on a stick.
Rob's colourful stick.
Hey! Hey, I'm not falling for this again.
Yeah. Right, what are you going to say?
I've seen a lot of inventions.
Yes.
That's
not even an invention. I'm going to be maverick here, and suddenly I think it's a good idea. No, I do.
It is a good idea. Seriously, it's great fun.
I'm starting to look forward to actually borrowing that and playing with my kids with it.
What are you going to say?
I say that I think Rob is mad enough to think that's a good idea, and we should say that's true.
You're saying it's true. David Mitchell, what is your team saying?
Rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
Do you think it's a lie?
A lie.
He's mad enough to have come up with that, I think.
My instinct is that it's a lie.
OK, you say it's a lie. You say it's true.
Yeah.
It's actually a lie. Oh, and that noise signals time's up. It's the end of the show, and I can reveal that David has romped to victory by 7 points to 5. But it's not just a team game, and my individual liar of the week is Deborah Meaden. Yes, Deborah Meaden, a woman whose ability to lie is tested every time Duncan Bannatyne asks if she's pleased to see him. Good night.
Tonight, on Would I Lie to You, the unseen bits, Ruth Jones, Ronnie Corbett, Keely Hawes, John Bishop, Richard E. Grant, Jason Manford, Joanna Page, Stephen Mangan, Fern Britton, Patrick Keelty, Bernard Cribbins, and their team captain, David Mitchell. And facing them tonight, Jack D, Patsy Palmer, Martin Clunes, Julian Clary, Professor Brian Cox, Chris Addison, Sanjeev Bhaskar, Kevin Bridges, Deborah Meaden, Peter Serafinowicz, Holly Walsh, and their team captain, Lee Mack, and your host, Rob Brydon.
Brian, you're first. Please reveal all.
I once caused the Hadron Collider to be shut down after I spilt yoghurt in it.
Do you know what? I believe it already. David's team.
Paint the picture of a day working at the Collider.
Not literally, we'll be here all night.
What's the sort of access point of the Collider like? I'm imagining it's like a room with computers in. I don't imagine people are sort of wandering around the actual tube bit, finding a little corner to have lunch.
During construction, then, of course, you had to go in. And I was responsible for a bit that's about 420 metres from the point at which we create the Big Bangs. And so I was in there, and you test bits when it's all done. And I was in there in the morning, having my yoghurt. You're not supposed to... Swiss health and safety.
Chat up the ladies, doesn't it? That's what you're drinking.
Someone went past me on a bike, because you have to ride bikes or anything, and nudged my arm, and I spilt the yoghurt onto an electrical connection.
And this was during construction?
Yes. Well, during the testing of my piece.
So it didn't all have to be shut down, just a...
No, just an octant. We can shut it down in eighths.
Right.
And I think he knew what an octant was.
Yeah.
It's for you. It's for me.
Can I ask you a technical question?
Yeah.
What flavour was the yoghurt?
It was rather Swiss, like rather flavourless Swiss yoghurt.
So there are people in there on bikes.
Yeah, because it's 27 kilometres in circumference.
So they go around on bikes inside?
Yes.
Sounds like Centre Parks.
And you're sitting... Which part of it did you drop the yoghurt into or onto?
There are pieces called... I'm going to go into chat-up mode again now. Called superconducting cables. That, if you cool them down to about 1.9 Kelvin, so 1.9 degrees above absolute zero,
one of my favourite
then they become superconducting, have no electrical resistance, and carry currents up to 13,000 amps in wires of a very small cross-section.
So in layman's terms, is it a wire?
Yeah.
Did you get yoghurt on a wire?
It's niobium tungsten alloy.
Sorry?
It's a niobium tungsten alloy.
I'm not saying it's not a brilliant wire.
As David well knows, because they're superconducting, they can
I
carry...
might well know as well.
They can carry very high...
You flirting with each other, I know as well. Tell me, you bitch!
I'm very flattered by it, but, you know, I did history. You know, I know that Hitler's dead, and that's it.
And, Professor, how long was it closed down for?
About 3 months.
3 months? As a result of what you did?
We had to replace that piece of the machine.
Oh, my God.
That was
quite expensive.
How much do they reckon that cost?
That's why I'm on telly now trying to work off the debt. Why do you think I'm doing this?
I don't know.
in Geneva if I had any respect left at all.
They said, get out there! Get out there, whore yourself around. He's just come from hole in the wall.
Did you own up straight away, or did you say, he hit me, nudge me?
I
on the bike.
I had sticky up hair and a completely sooty face. I couldn't get it. I couldn't deny it.
You went to the fancy
Did you then take your goggles off?
Did you take them off and did you go, Marty, we gotta get to the DeLorean! So, David, let's take a guess. What do you think?
3 months, that's a big... I just wonder whether he'd be ready to bring it up on a comedy show.
So, with that in mind, what are you going to say?
I think it's a lie.
Well, I'm just in awe of the sciencey stuff. And if he says he dropped yoghurt on a wire, then he dropped yoghurt on a wire.
Is it a lie? I think it's a lie.
I think it's a lie. You think it's true?
I think it's true. What can I say?
Well, let's be democratic and say it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie. OK, Professor Brian Cox, is it the truth or were you telling a lie?
It was a lie.
Well done. It was a lie. Right, Martin Clunes, you're up next.
Right. Sometimes I change the order in which I put my shoes and socks on to spice up my daily routine.
David's team.
Are we to take it that sometimes you put your shoes on first?
Of course not. What a silly question. No, of course I don't.
So what's the normal, then?
Which is normal. I like to mix it up, keep it fresh. To stop this thing becoming a drudgery because I have to do it every day. When I'm working, several times a day.
So, why several times a day?
Well, a leading actor, I have to change my costume all day long. It drives me mad.
So when you're doing Doc Martin, you don't just stay in the one outfit all day?
I have at least 8 suits.
Martin, you don't need to change your socks every time, do you?
Oh, you're familiar with my feet, are you?
No? OK. I certainly am not.
So we're saying then, Martin, that you do that something just to spice things up.
Listen, well, look, you can either... You're presented with 2 pairs of feet, 2 shoes, 2 socks.
2 pairs of feet?
2 pairs of feet. Is that not the norm? 2 feet, 2 socks, 2 shoes. Yeah. They've all got to marry up at some point. So sometimes I'll put both socks on, then both shoes on. Or sometimes I'll put a sock on and then that shoe, and then that sock and then that shoe, just to stop myself going stale.
Well, do you know what I do sometimes? And then this is true. I sometimes put my socks on before I put my pants on. And I find that vaguely erotic. Because you're there, Fern, picture it, you're there with your long socks, in my case, with your socks on and nothing else on, just socks.
I'll tell you what I do. I sometimes nakedly put my tackle between my legs and pretend I'm a woman.
You should never put your socks on as a man without any trousers.
Really? Why?
Just don't. Look at yourself.
Have you ever done it?
I have once, an early girlfriend, by which I don't mean she was a sort of cave person. She was one of the girlfriends I had earlier in my life. She said, never, never do that, and it stuck with me.
Really?
So this whole getting dressed is quite awkward, then. So what's
It's not awkward.
No, I just want to hear
varied
from the beginning. No, because you've got to get your pants and your trousers on before the whole sock shoe...
They've all got to go on at some point, haven't they?
What are you saying, David? Truth or lie? Fern,
Oh, I'm going to say it's a lie.
Lie from Fern. David?
Well, I
think it's true.
Oh, you think it's true? Yeah, I thought it might be true. I'm going to say I think it's true.
OK. Martin Clunes, is it the truth or is it a lie?
It's absolutely true.
Our next round is called The Ring of Truth, in which I read out an amazing celebrity fact, and all our teams have to do is decide whether it's true or not. So both teams take a look at this.
She's not really spiteful, but she's a bit afraid now.
You see eating and drinking all right now?
Brian Dean, now stop it. Brian Dean, now stop it.
Ooh,
stop
devil,
it.
isn't she?
You've got to be careful.
Yeah.
Brian Dean.
Down here. That's it.
You're a little Laura. Cool.
Did one of your researchers not got an update on Brandy to see how he is now?
Well, it was 15 years ago, I think we know.
We can live 25 years, cats.
You haven't seen him for 15 years, Julian, but he's here tonight. I actually like cats, Ron.
Oh, yes, you like cats, but you're mime-smashing them.
Smashing a dangerous cat that posed a threat to our lovely audience. And one of Britain's most beloved comedians.
Oh, God. Stand for it again.
Here's the related fact, OK, related to cats for both teams. Noel Edmonds employs a pet chef once a week to cook a 3-course dinner for his cat. Is that true, both teams?
When they say a pet chef, that's presumably a
chef for pets.
A chef for pets.
Not a Jack Russell or a working Cocker Spaniel in a hat.
What are the courses in a cat 3-course dinner?
Yeah, what's the menu?
I shall tell you. Yeah. I shall tell you.
Veal or no veal? I'm actually ashamed of myself. I feel quite sick.
If it gets run over, it's wheel or no wheel.
If the cat was a fishing enthusiast...
Shut up!
The cat is called Marmalade and is 3 years old. Marmalade's favourite meal is smoked salmon roll-ups, followed by...
What do you mean, roll-ups?
So these are roll-ups.
I'll tell you what, I was tripping off my face the other night, I'll tell you. At one point, I thought I was living with Noel Edmonds, honestly. I was off my tits. I was off my tits.
Smoked salmon, followed by carpaccio of tuna with salted butter ice cream for afters. Sounds better in your... I was doing Ronnie.
Yeah. I thought you were.
On Marmalade's last birthday, the pet chef made a birthday cake in the shape of a Deal or No Deal box.
Oh, my
nice.
God.
Oh, come on. Well, you say in the shape of a deal or no? I mean, you mean a rectangular cake?
I think even I could stretch to that. Yes.
Well, here's my problem with it.
Yes.
Why only once a week?
Well, I'll tell you. He hires the pet chef one night over the weekend so his cat can enjoy a treat.
As a treat for my chickens. Maureen's been broody for weeks, and I haven't got a cockerel at the moment, for reasons I won't go into. Anyway, the other day, my neighbour found on the lawn an abandoned duck egg. So we've slipped the duck egg under Maureen, and in a few weeks' time, she'll hatch out a duck. Please don't touch me.
Sorry.
She'll be very upset,
Why?
When the duck hatches?
Well, she'll just think it's a chicken.
She'll know it's not a chicken. I'm with you. The shape of the mouth and everything.
Yeah. She'll be furious when she sees the bill.
Yes. Very good.
So let's take a guess then. I mean, which way are you heading here, Lee?
I think it's true.
You think it's true, Lee?
Yeah, I think it's true.
OK, we'll go for true.
Going with true. OK, David's team.
I don't think it's true.
No, have you met Noel Edmonds?
Yes, I met you, yes.
Has Ronnie Corbett met Noel Edmonds? Two bears.
Meet Noel Edmonds?
Of course, he's met everybody. Do you mean there's nobody he hasn't met? He's Ronnie Corbett. He probably met Elvis.
I thought it likely that Ronnie had met Noel Edmonds. It's not, you know,
I was on the house party a lot, wasn't I? Played the butler.
Yes, he played the butler on the house party. I mean, you insult the man. You insult the man. Why don't you ask him, were you ever in a famous double act with another man with a similar name? Unbelievable. And he loves you for it. Typical.
And yet, when I touch him, nothing.
Severity.
Right, what do you think?
I think it's a lie. Yeah.
You think it's a lie?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
you think it's a lie?
I think it's a lie.
We think it's a lie.
You're saying you think it's a lie, right? You're saying you think it's true. Someone's going to be right. It is actually a lie. Yes, Noel Edmonds does not employ a pet chef once a week to cook a three-course dinner for his cat. That's the kind of thing a lunatic would do. But as it turns out, he doesn't. Which brings us to our final round, Quickfire Lies, in which our panellists lie not only through their teeth, but also against the clock. And we're starting with... John Bishop.
Okay. I was asked to leave the cinema for crying too loudly.
Please, team, do you believe that?
What was the film?
Rocky.
Rocky?
Rocky, the first one.
Rocky. Which bit did you cry at?
I cried at the bit at the end.
Which bit is that?
When he looked like he was getting beaten, then he shouted age, and then it was all his dreams were encapsulated in that one moment. And, you know,
And you cried?
I've been through a lot, and so, yeah.
How old were you?
I would have been in my early 20s, and I had...
Whoa, slow that down. You were in your early 20s in 1977.
Was it 77? No, let me think.
Actually, I tell you, I think it was about 75, wasn't it, Rocky?
No.
That makes you 55.
I would have been a teenager. It was definitely a teenager. The reason...
Oh, you're minusing some years off now, are you, John?
No, the reason it was emotional for me is because I had it wasn't a friend of mine, it was a friend of my brother's who was a boxer who had had a terrible accident.
You think this... Do you honestly think... Do you honestly believe that you could come on this show... You should have been the age of 6, but actually you said you were 20-odd, and in the panic you have the audacity to pretend you know about some inflicted boxer to try and wing us round and go, oh, this is terrible news, of course we believe you, John. What happened to him?
It's a lie.
It's a blatant lie, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're saying it's a lie.
The biggest lie we've ever had on this show.
John Bishop, is it true or is it a lie?
It's a lie.
It's not true, what John's been telling us, but I remember as a teenager being advised not to watch Bambi without a box of tissues handy. Can you imagine my disappointment? Because I didn't cry. Next. Oh, me, right?
Oh.
I used to put on a different voice on the telephone and pretend to be my own agent.
Let's have it, then.
The voice?
Imagine I've just rung up. Hello, okay. I'm the people that want to book Rob Brydon. Yes. How much would he cost?
His name, I used to call him Richard Knight. And Richard used to talk like this, and he'd say, listen, love to help you out, but at that price, we're really not going to make much movement. And I once did a charity gig, and...
It's a lie. He's never done charity gigs.
got money for it. Because Richard said, listen, Rob's an angel, and if he knew I was doing this, he'd never forgive me, but I've got to get a bit of money, otherwise I wouldn't be doing my job.
Did you have a real agent at the time?
No.
So, how many phone numbers... Do you have a separate phone number for your fake agent? Or was it just your normal phone?
I used to work at the BBC in Cardiff. I was on the radio, I used to be a DJ, and if they got through to the office, I would then phone back under the guise.
When it came to important meetings, did you have to, like, take a disguise and sit there and go, oh, Rob's in the toilet at the moment, but when he gets back, I'm sure he can discuss with him. I'll go and get him now. I believe my agent said I could do it. I do all the voices. Ask me what it would be like if I was talking to Ronnie Corbett. Or Tom Jones, I can do it. If you don't believe me, ask my agent. I'll go and get him.
I assume you've got an agent now, so why did you decide to...
Well, I didn't have one. Yeah, I have one now, but I didn't have one then.
What convinced you needed one? Was it working?
Because it's very difficult to do your own negotiations and not come across as an horrible person when you're asking for money. But if it was Richard Knight saying, listen, I'm just doing this, Rob doesn't want money, but I've got to get money for the guy.
But they didn't know it was you.
That's my whole point, you idiot. That's what I'm saying.
Did you have anybody else on your books?
What's the sort of work that...
Hosting things. This was back in about the late 80s when I was a local radio disc jockey.
So did the agent take a cut?
The
The agent phoned you to let you know they got the job?
No, I was the agent!
Did you ever fall out with your agent?
No, it was me!
When you decided that this charade had to finish, did you take yourself out to dinner and tell yourself you were letting yourself go?
Did you sign a contract?
Are you still in touch?
Right, it's time to guess. First of all, Lee and those bastards. What are you going to go for?
I would say true.
You think it's true?
You saying it's true?
Yes, in the words of Rob Brydon, I think that's true.
Right, saying it's true. David and these arses. What do you say?
That is so true.
I think
it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Keely
it's
thinks
true.
it's true. David,
Nailed
well,
it.
let me buck the trend by telling you it's true. Next, it's Jack.
Right. Possession.
OK, reach under the desk and take out the box underneath the desk there. So if you just pop the possession...
This is the fez that I put on to propose to my wife.
Let's see the fez then, please, Jack, if you could just take that out. So there's the fez.
There's the fez.
OK, David.
OK, why?
Well, we were on holiday.
Yeah, I think you should put it on, Jack, so we can all get an idea of the romance of the moment.
You're on holiday in Cooper World. We were on holiday, and there was a hat like this in the bar, and I don't know why it had all sorts of knickknacks in the bar. And this is the look I went for to propose to her because it seemed like a fun way of breaking some very bad news.
What were you doing it for? Was it because you were trying to be different from your stage persona, or were you...
you know, there was no... When you do a thing like that, there's no rhyme or reason to it, is there? You just think it's a bit of fun, and then you didn't know that 20 years later you'd be interrogated about it by a group of people who don't care, you know, about you at all.
Where were you actually... What sort of situation, what location were you at when you put the hat on?
We were having drinks after dinner.
Well, just imagine for a moment, then, that I'm your now wife.
I would much rather not.
This is the game, and I'm sat there, I'm having a lovely time. I've landed on my feet with Jack. I mean, I could have gone out with all sorts of people, but I went for Jack, and he's a hell of a guy. And then out of the blue, you say this.
Would you marry me?
Well, just like that?
Yes.
Really? As simple as that?
Yes.
Did you really say just like that?
Yeah, I did, without any irony, I know, yeah. Incredible.
That wasn't even an ounce of a joke, could you
OK, what are you going to say, David? Is he telling the truth?
I think it's a lie. I don't think it looks comfortable in a fez.
And you think it's a lie?
Yeah, who does?
What are you going to say?
I think you're right, so I think it's a lie.
You're saying it's a lie? OK, Jack, is it the truth or is it a lie?
I'll have you know, it was a lie.
Next, it's Lee.
Every year, I mark the anniversary of the death of my goldfish by pouring a shot of brandy into my pond.
Did this tradition predate the death of your goldfish?
No.
No.
That was not the cause of the death.
Were there other fish that survived?
Yeah. I've got a pond in the garden.
Yes.
And the pond has nothing to do with the death of the goldfish.
But how many fish were in the pond? Just one?
I'm not going to say this again, Bernard.
Was the goldfish in the pond when it died?
No.
Sorry, a goldfish was not a pond goldfish, it was a bowl goldfish, was it? Or a tank goldfish?
It was a tree goldfish, actually.
Where did he live?
The goldfish lived in a bowl. The goldfish bowl.
If the goldfish lived in a bowl...
Correct!
Why do you commemorate its death by pouring brandy into an alternative goldfish habitat? We don't have...
Because when the goldfish died, the bowl went.
Do any fish live in the pond?
Are there currently any fish in the pond? Because if you pour brandy into a pond...
They're going to die as well.
They're going to die as well. So it's a legitimate question.
There was at no point, right, did the original fish die due to brandy being poured into...
But now...
There's fish in the pond,
right?
But But the amount of brandy that I pour into the pond is like the weakest cordial you could ever drink.
Fish, Lee? Fish are drinking all the time.
Yes.
Not brandy!
Not alcohol.
Brandy if it's in the bloody water?
Yes, but it's then not brandy, is it? Brandy is...
Well, it's brandy and water!
No, it's no.
It's a weak brandy and water.
No, yes. Brandy diluted is no longer brandy.
So you're saying when you put soda in brandy, you'll make it it's no longer brandy?
Soda in brandy? You put soda in brandy,
Brandy and soda, yes.
What kind of 1970s porn world are you living in?
Just one last question. Why do you commemorate the death of a goldfish?
Right.
It doesn't matter, the death of a goldfish.
Oh, it
Not
doesn't
many
matter to
people
you,
care.
you bitch.
No, it doesn't matter. Absolutely doesn't matter to me, but I suspect it doesn't matter to you either.
Oh, and it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to the wife. The wife loved that goldfish like a husband.
And so she said, do me a favour, my beloved husband, show your respect for this fish I so loved by annually pouring a shot of brandy into the pond of these other fish who I secretly hate and wish to destroy.
So with that in mind, David, what are you going to say?
Bernard.
He's a liar.
Patrick?
It's true.
No, it's not. He's a liar.
You're saying it's a lie?
Yes.
OK, Lee, is it true what you've just told us, or is it a lie?
It's absolutely a lie.
We've done the whole show, and I didn't ask you, Peter, to do your Terry Wogan impression. I feel bad.
Now, Rob, you know I don't do a Terry Wogan. Come now, sir. Well, if I'm going to do my Terry Wogan, surely you could do your Ken Bruce. We've never done this before, have we?
Well, thanks, Terry. And it's me, Ken Bruce, now in the morning, and it's talking about her, playing Beverly Craven and Woman to Woman.
Oh, Ken, nobody cares.
He's right, you know. And, you might be interested to know that later on this month, Terry and I will be at the Arndale Centre in Manchester for children in need, and you can strap on a black rhino annihilator dildo and make my eyes water for charity. If only he'd studied harder, Lee could have pursued a career as an academic. Ah, well, academia's loss is comedy's loss. You see...
Did you say academia?
Yeah, I did.
Sort of
I know.
I love those academia nuts. If you eat enough, you get an MA.
Harry, it's a very difficult job, this. You see, Lee didn't fit into traditional academic categories.
Isn't working out with you not being able to read, is it?
You say true, you say lie.
I said lie.
It is actually true. No, I've got to press the button. Sorry, I've got to press the button. I'll do it again. Can you react the same way? I forgot to press the button. You say true, you say lie.
True, actually. We think true. You can't press the button, I'm going to get points out of it. I can press the button. I may not be able to spot a truth from a lie, but the button I've got.
You say true.
No, we're changing it to lie.
Here we go, right. You say true.
No.
You say lie. These people want to go home.
Yes.
So does Ronnie, yeah.
God,
well, he thinks he's recorded a whole series tonight.
How long is the show when it goes out?
10 minutes.